Hello, guys. Like I said, just give me a couple moments. I'm running a little bit behind. Alright. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. Like I said, apologies for a slight delay. Alright. So, we're going to start the day off with some PvP in the form of Geralt versus Skillus. Then we're going to go from there and just see what happens in general. Should be a good one. Looking forward to some games. Looking forward to some StarCraft. And yeah, I feel like we're going to have a good day. So the schedule for the day is, let me bring the bracket up on screen. I'll show you guys and we can get started. So the schedule for the day is a little bit like this. So we're going to be starting off in the lower bracket with the Geralt versus Skillus series. So we're going to do Geralt versus Skillus. There we go, Geralt versus Skillus. And then we're going to be hopping to the winner bracket for the first time in a hot second. It's been a little while since we've been up here. And we're going to be doing Hero versus, I think we're going to do Dark versus Clem, then Hero versus MaxPax, then the winner versus Björn. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 we're missing. Oh, then the upper bracket final as well, and then we're going to drop down and do Solo versus the loser of Hero and MaxPax. Or something to that effect. That is what we are rolling with. Awesome. Awesome. Cool. Alright, so yeah, that's our bracket. That's what's going on, and that's our ordering of the day. So excited about Clem versus Dark. Yeah, me too. So yeah, we're going to start off with Geralt versus Skillus, so there's PvP in the lower bracket. Let's get hosted up. Let's start getting into some StarCraft 2. Thanks for joining us, guys. Again, apologies, I'm a little bit slow getting going. I was just about ready to start, and Ellie came back. Helen came back with Ellie a little early, and I was like, what's up? Ellie was acting weird, but yeah, just getting the update on that. So yeah, so this is the OSC Championship. I think we've got everyone here. I think we are going to be good to go. Let's do this. All right, let's jump into the series. Let me just double check everyone's on the same page and they know what we're covering at what point. Cool, I think we're good. Alright, let's get into this. Let's kick off and cast some games of SC2. And we are going to start off by going into Grezvan. Then some game sounds on as well. And let's get into some PvP. Alright, so PvP best of 5 here in the lower bracket. Which of these players is going to get themselves one step further in terms? These guys are already top 8. The win here puts you into the top 6. And would advance you into Championship Sunday for the OSC Championship. So, which of these players will keep their OSC dream alive all the way through to the final day? Will it be our blue Protoss player in the bottom right corner of the map, Geralt? Or perhaps our red Protoss in the top left, Skillus, who I think comes into this series as a favorite, right? I think if we had to pick a name on face value and talk about results recently, then Skillers has to be the one that you would pick. He's had a lot of good results. He is absolutely continuing to improve. Very difficult to basically disagree that Skillers has been doing a little bit more than what Geralt has been. In the world of PvP, I'm not going to count Geralt completely out. I would say it's an upset if Geralt wins, but it's not the most shocking result of all time, right? So that's why I stand on this series. I'm going to say Skillers maybe takes it like 3-1. As we get into this opening game of the best of 5 here on Grezvan. And it's going to be 2 gates each, so I do think we might see a little bit of a mixture of builds. Geralt is quite happy to expand a lot of the time, but I guess we'll see just how much he wants to go into that throughout the course of this match as well. As that probe's moving about. Gate's coming up, Cybercore's on the way in, and the probe of Skill is heading down to the bottom right side as well, as we get into position to begin the day in this first game of the best of 5. So yeah, we get off and rolling. Yeah, 6 best of 5s today, guys, and then tomorrow we're going to have the final 5 series of the competition. Tomorrow, everything apart from the first matchup is going to be live as well, by the way, so that's very exciting. As we just have the probe chasing the other couple of probes around. We will also just a heads up, because you guys are obviously here early. Tomorrow will be here live 1 hour earlier, so if you want to catch from the very start, you'll have to be here 1 hour earlier as well. You're the current candidates for likely being here at that time, because you're already here now as well. So just a little heads up on that one. Probe chasing probe around, Sentry and a Stalker in the production tab. We do have our warp gate coming up. Probes on the way, pylons coming through. And on the other side of the map, we'll just drop a little pylon down to play a blocking game. Sentry and the Stalker gets a grab, and we are going to turn ourselves onto this pylon for a few more moments. Pick our way through that. And this will be cleaned out so that Geralt will not be able to block the expansion no longer. Expansion comes down at about the same time overall. Kind of funny, like, you build a pylon to block, it costs you some money, but it doesn't actually really delay that much in comparison to your own Nexus coming up, so yeah. A little bit of whatever, basically, as we do hallucinate through for some info. That's going to be true on both sides. Skillers is going to place the pylon on the 6 o'clock, though, so he's going to get himself a proxied pylon. He's going to look for an opportunity to at least set up, most likely just a gateway there. Warp in point. Yeah, he might not even put a gateway, he might just use it as a warp in point. Maybe get some slow warp ins at some points. Maybe a couple of adepts can be used to harass at some stage. This may not be kind of like a, hey, let's, get my Stalker count going from this position and go with a full-on attack. It might just be a little bit of harass. His first force fields come down, and those are some very good force fields here on the side of Skillers, because now he is going to put his opponent without those couple of sentries of damage output. Kills the Stalker, loses a sentry. His own Stalker's actually struggling. It's been a pretty cool warfare of force fields so far. As the battery finishes, and that means that Skillers has to back away. That was genuinely a very interesting couple of moments, to be honest. As the blink comes up, the adepts come through, the probes as well. Using its head to the upper left-hand side. Hallucination going to pop out. Yeah, blink coming up on both sides. A couple of probes coming through as well. Just going to stay still. A couple of adepts make their way forward. And the Stalkers will go and jump onto this adept as well. So one adept goes down. On the right side, the adept continues to move across 2. The Stalkers can get back onto the pylon. And it's nice to get rid of this. Obviously, if Skulls wanted to use that to get some aggressive warp-ins going at some point, that now is taken away from the possibilities. As the Stalkers gather back around. Blink coming up, Robot Facility starts. Nexus builds on the third base here from Geralt as well. And the Seals will have Stalkers and a couple of sentries. Trying to step up. I mean, always dangerous when force fields are available. Both players drop force fields, and it's just obviously so weird because you're constantly trying to figure out, can I actually take this fight? Can I engage here? Or does this just not work at all? And we have the Stalker Sentry coming back over. A few units heading back toward the upper left. Simulator coming down. Stalker's warping on the natural. Again, forward robot facility from both players. Starting to come on through as the blink will be finishing very, very shortly as well. So we get that all finished up. Drop that battery down, and again, Nexus is still just ticking away as our hallucination pops out. It's going to begin to make its way down to the bottom right side of the map as well. So, hallucination to the bottom right. Again, scouting information, critical. As the Stalkers will go and jump onto this pylon. And the so far. That seems to be the one thing we're consistently latching ourselves onto. Getting that scouting, knowing what's going on, and playing around there. So we see the hallucination then backs up, and the game is gonna get to develop a little bit. So we do take a little bit of time to continue through. Stalker's still heading up around the top side. Gonna start fighting. A couple of probes begin to go down, so some damage being dealt. Again, gateways coming up on both sides. Actually lose a few probes here as the adepts get into the natural, so Geralt is going to be the one striking for some damage. 6 workers dropping right from the very get-go. These other stalkers back away. Again, charging +1 still coming through. We got ourselves a couple stalkers and sentries building up as well. And hallucination just still from Skillus, making its way up the right-hand side a little bit. 7 probes killed is really quite nice from Geralt, though. It's just going to put him into a little bit of an eco lead. Right, little things that add up over time here. Nice to see. The Immortal, the Nexus, the Gateways, the Charge +1, all the good stuff continues to come into play right now. A couple of hallucinations will split out across onto the map as well. But a few Zealots warped in alongside all of this. As the Prism gets set onto the bottom of the left-hand side. So we're going to get that Prism coming out as well. Bring that straight into play. I like it, you know, just going to set up some Prism play. I like that this series is starting off in the way that it is, which is just in a very macro manner. I do look at this and I think, hey, yeah, you know what, this Skillus, Geralt are both players who kind of trend towards this macro game in PvP. They're not overly aggressive all of the time. Obviously, sometimes you still do, sometimes you still do end up kind of playing a little bit of a one-baser. That's just PvP, but I don't think either of these guys are really players who are going to be looking for that every single game. They're happy to play a longer game. I think they enjoy playing the longer game as well. Few Zealots come across. We get a few Zealots in the back as well, so we are going to go for a few probes. As this 4th base comes online, Skillus takes the advantage of positioning and tries to poke in toward the natural, using that blink to get out when things get a little bit tougher. And those Stalkers escaping away up that right-hand side. Just going to be seeing a couple of mortal shots continue to go well into the Stalkers, +2 attack coming up from both players. We got the probe production continuing in the battery coming online. Still got Zealots just slicing and dicing for the next few moments. Still got an army of Geralt going to pop up on the 3rd base, going to come around the left-hand side as well. Stalkers will move down the bottom right again, +2 attack coming in, a couple of additional gates coming down from Skillus, 4 more Stalkers building up. Another 2 Zealots just get warped in, the Stalkers pull back to the left-hand side, Skillus repositions. Skillus needs to be careful, obviously these Stalkers have a lot of mobility and he's not being compared by that, but like he is getting caught a little bit here and he will be the one to take quite a few losses Stalker-wise. He kills a couple of Zealots, but Zealots are very expendable in these scenarios usually, so that does not necessarily mean as much as other things mean. It's going to be seeing our army of Geralt stepping back into the center. We begin to knock ourselves down on a set of rocks here, so opening up this area down at the bottom side of the map, as we will have ourselves the island getting cleaned up. Stalker's going to continue to move around again, +3 attack on both sides. And yeah, we're just going to start fighting here again. We're going to get rid of a Zealot, the Guardian Shield popping online as well. Two Zealots on the top right-hand side from Skillus going to continue to move in groove. And what do we want to do next? As we just have the Stalkers going to continue to blink about. Army and Geralt sits in the center here. Got the Prism setting up on that right-hand side as well. chunk was all just coming straight through as our Stalkers will step up, pings onto that Immortal. See that Immortal shield fading here. Look at the resource loss, exactly even on both sides. Both players have lost the exact same. It's funny because you look and you can see where as well. It's like one Observer, a few Deaths, a few Stalkers, the Prism on both sides as well. See a bit more of a difference coming in now as, you know, Geralt actually opts to go in toward the Dark Shrine. By choosing a Dark Shrine, you're giving yourself some harassment opportunities that is going to set you apart in this game. And it'd definitely be the thing to maybe force Skillers to focus back at home, because Skillers is constantly trying to be the player on the map, so that's on the bottom side. As he's actually getting pushed back here. You know what? Skillers is also just not on a good unit composition for actually fighting. So the fact that Geralt gets across the map right now should be a little bit terrifying, especially as these Elves are being held off by a very minimal warp in. If you're Skillers right now, you should be very concerned. All these probes are going to go down. This base is going to die. Like I say, it's those Immortals. The fact they can get across the map and actually get into a fight is absolutely huge, because the army composition of Skillers has been to just spam Zealots and spam Stalkers. I'm going to jump onto this now as we recall home to ensure that these Zealots will not do any more. Geralt only loses 4 probes in the end. There's still a few other Zealots around that these Stalkers might end up catching accidentally. There's actually quite a lot of Zealots on this side. I mean, Skillers is working off of 12 gates, and he's been warping enough of those religiously. He will not stop. And, I mean, that's his setup, to just play kind of mass gateway units and just to attack around the map consistently. That has been his setup for this game. And that is where we currently stand as the Stalkers make their way to the bottom. Once again, Skill's going to try and multi-prong this. I do not love, though, that you're down on workers, because this is going to be an inefficient army composition, and so typically, in these scenarios, you want to be ahead on workers so you can make the trades a little bit better for you. Or you can make the trades being bad be a good thing for you, because you can actually afford to rebuild out of bad trades. That is not happening right now. So this is tough, especially as Geralt pushes around the left-hand side. So we'll just see our Stalkers, our Archons, chasing up to the top. We do have the Zealots in the main base, going to knock down a pylon already. They're going to continue to come through for damage. Zealots now going to start latching onto the pylon over there. Yeah, I mean, this turns into something of a base trade scenario. What you want to go for here is the Stalkers blink in. Actually gets rid of some of the Immortals easily, but then you can blink back aggressively as well. Oh, the DTs are going to be a good point of defense. There are Observers available for Skillers, but DTs are very powerful. It takes a lot to kind of deal with DTs. You need to overwhelm them, and there's a lot of them right now. So the defense is being made by Geralt. He gets rid of this left side base. He's going to start taking this fight. He's going to lose his Archons. He's already running away with the Stalkers. He's accepting that this is not going to go any better for him here, so he's just going to try and disengage instead. It's on the high ground, but I think he wants to keep moving. Try and join it with the rest of your army again. You cleaned up all the harassment. If you can get your whole army together once more, make another push, I think it's still going to be very tough for Skillers to stop this. His numbers are just not really that great, and like I say, his army quality is absolutely diabolical. It's 22 Stalkers and no other tech. Prism is the only other thing in play, with the potential of warping only Zealots and Stalkers still, because his tech structures have not come online. I'm going to blink through. Going to go for the Observers, obviously very smart as well, because it puts you in a position where now DTs can be a bigger issue. We already have DTs striking across the map, so they're going to start to have an impact on some of the economy. This base here is heavily oversaturated. Well, I say heavily oversaturated. It's 20 out of 16, but that means a lot of probes here that if you kind of lose those, that's going to be troublesome. We blink onto the Immortals. The blinking onto the Immortals means the Archons are going to get all the shots off as well. And it's going to be a very good trade for Geralt, who is, with the combination of the DTs, going to do enough in this first game to take the opening map of this best of 5. And it is going to be Geralt off to a 1-0 lead here in our first series of 6 best of 5s today. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Alright, so first game of the day goes to Geralt. We'll head into Frostline for our second map. Let me just invite a couple people. We'll get ready for game number 2. Alright, let's do this. Game number 2, Frostline. Geralt takes the 1-0 lead, heading into a second map now as we get this going. In the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss player here is Geralt, who opens up with a win in the series, so love that for him. I love that for us because I do still favor Skillers. So Geralt taking a map, for me, the underdog takes the first map. I think that makes for a better series overall. Skillers is our red Protoss in the bottom left as we get underway. Probably going to cross paths to get settled for a couple of moments here on Frostline. So gates coming online, probes coming through. Probe will wander around again. Second gateway's coming up from both players, and no one will try to take a no one will try to take a single gate expansion or anything. Yeah, probe moving about, a little bit of patrolling going on around. Business, yeah. Allen coming into place. And Stalker Sentry coming through, the warp gate setting up. One pylon is going to get knocked down here, and we are freeing the way to expand. Geralt puts his expansion down, as will Skillus, and so we get off to a similar start to the last game. I wonder if Skillus has a different approach here for Frostline. I don't think this map is going to have as many openings to kind of play just a mass amount of gateway units. So I would expect Skillus to take a little bit of a different approach in this best of 5 game 2, because I just don't see him getting away with the same kind of style. And you can see how it could work on the last map, and then it didn't even work anyway, so 100% needs to do this a little bit differently here. Actually goes Robo Facility too, so he's going to 100% get tech on the field because you'll have the Robo. That leads you to early game Immortals. You're not going to have your early Gateway upgrades, so there's no way this is just going to be a Stalker into Zealot army and nothing else. Meanwhile, Geralt will just play the Twilight Council, so he'll just play towards a Blink opening, so he goes toward that right now, and away we go. Hallucination will fade, and we have ourselves a hallucination going across the map from Skillets as well. Yeah, just to explain Gresvan quickly, sorry, I just see the question in the YouTube chat. Is this map backing the map goal? The OSC tournaments use an extended map goal, so 3 maps from TLMCs of past get voted on and brought into the OSC season. So throughout the year we see some old maps on the OSC tournaments, so that's why Gresvan is part of the OSC Championship map pool, but it's not part of the official map pool. Destination sets up again. The blink is halfway done already from Geralt. 2 more gateways in production right now. We're actually going to see some good force fields coming down. Skill is going to get the catch on a sentry, going to get the catch on a stalker, and his prism's on the way. He's already got an immortal. Coming around the left-hand side, a couple of adepts are going to commit to kill that stalker. I like it. But honestly, fighting against those adepts is going to take a moment. Good force field to get another sentry. Decent so far as our Twilight Council and Forge continue online. The Immortal and 2 more sentries building up as well. 2 more Depths warp in. We get ready to pressure onto the front of the natural here. Depths are going to go shading through. Force field goes down. I'm just going to leave the prism on the map, going to pull everything else back. Do have our gateway coming up on the 6 o'clock again, +1 charge coming through, the Immortal producing 2 additional gates coming online. Gonna see a lot of Stalkers from Geralt coming through the center, gonna go chasing down those units as the couple of Adepts get to work. They'll go and get a lot done. Stalker's gonna blink in. This Immortal is going to be going down. So Immortal falls. Oh, Geralt does a lot over here. Next Immortal is quite away from being done. He's gonna kill a lot of probes. At the same time, how much can we do with these Adepts? Right now it feels as though we need to do a lot with them, otherwise we're in trouble. A few more Stalkers warping in. The Adepts get fully surrounded. This Immortal comes in from the side. I don't even know where that was, but it comes in. We're going to lose a lot more probes. And we're slowly getting rid of, at the very least, the 2 Adepts here, but they will get some more workers as well. We focus to get rid of the Prism. New Immortal pops out. A couple Stalkers warp in with it. We've still been killing just so many of these workers. We kill one more Stalker. Time to blink away, I think. Actually, I would kill more Stalkers here. We might be able to engage the Immortal. Somebody gets warped in, so Force Field available too. Worth keeping in mind. Very good for Geralt here, looking to be greatly set up on Crossline. With a 1-0 lead already, he would extend to a 2-0 lead and be on match point right now if he was able to win this, so Skillus is, I mean, Skillus had this yesterday as well against Kyo. He went down 0-2 and he turned it around, he reverse swept, so let's see if he can make something happen here as our Stalkers blink in. Immortal will take some shots, the Stalkers continue to trade out, back and forth, a few more Stalkers taking hit, those Sentries going to get chased, the Immortal goes down. Something very scary for Skills. He does have charge, and a few Zealots actually do a lot right now. The low numbers of unit Zealots are actually very efficient, just because they're so tanky, it takes so long to get rid of them. They are going to take up a lot of info and a lot of time there, which I think makes a big difference. Back to the center. Observer coming up, the charge coming through. 3 more gateways coming online as well. Let's get this gate set up. A couple of Zealots come online. Get that Zealot. The Immortals pressing upwards. Hallucination. Trying to bait, but does not fall for it. Geralt does not take the bait on that at all. As you see the hallucination up top moving around. Skills pulls back to his natural, trying to survive, trying to hold on in here. He's been down on workers. He has had an upgrade lead, and he's going to extend that to +2 eventually. So, we'll see if he survives long enough. Obviously, right now, playing against that Blink, and the Blink of Geralt finding some pretty decent efficiency. With 2 Immortals out, I feel like for the first time, I really feel like Skillus is stabilizing. That said, if Geralt is just being far enough ahead, as he hits into charge, gets his own Immortal out, just a straight-up attack from Geralt at this point could be extremely, extremely deadly. So, there's a possibility. Zealot's actually coming from the bottom side, and there you go. Gonna blink through. I actually don't know if I love the blink. He blinks onto the Immortals, which is like, okay, it's great to target the Immortals, but you actually have a tool to deal with the Immortals anyways in the Zealots. By blinking forwards, you actually let the Immortals hit your Stalkers, and that's exactly what the Immortals want to do in this fight. So, if he had more Stalkers to like really one-shot the Immortals, I would have liked that a lot more. Like I say, I think in this case, he could have just left the Stalkers behind the Zealots and let the Zealots do their thing. Any which way, it is still very good for Geralt, who is absolutely knowing that he does not want to give his opponent time here. You see a few Zealots are going to step forward. The Observer is currently being brought out. I mean, great, but I'm not sure that's going to be your saving grace either, as you get another warp in from the bottom right-hand side. Geralt just sits on the front doorstep of a 2-0 lead in this best-of-5 lower bracket match. The Force Field comes down, keeps the Immortal out of play until the Prism micros it forward. Your own Immortal in trouble. You can see the effectiveness of those Zealots, but here come the Zealot reinforcements from Geralt too. And like I say, just sitting behind this Zealot line is just going to let you do so much with the Stalkers. We're going to focus the Robo down, make sure nothing else comes out of there. We just have the damage up, but I honestly don't think this has to be complicated. I think we just click through. He blinks to get the Prism, and Geralt will take the 2-0 lead in the best-of-5. Geralt off to the races in this series, and showing us a little bit of success that we maybe didn't expect to see from Geralt. I would not have put Geralt as the guy I would have picked to go into a 2-0 lead at the very least, so GG. Well guys, we are a map away from Geralt performing an upset here, knocking Skillus out of the OSC Championship. Skillus, who has had a decent run, beat Young Yakov, Nikorek, lost to Hero, then beat Nightmare, then beat Kira in 5-game series, getting into this PvP now against Geralt, who, yeah, had a good seed coming into this event, lost to CLEM in the upper bracket quarterfinals, and hence runs in the round that he's in right now. It has been a good run from Geralt, don't get me wrong, but still would be shocked to see him continue to make it through. Win this, and again, your top 6 in the entire tournament, and the OSC Championship trophy comes one step closer to you, so very exciting there. And so we actually have a few fun storylines to talk about later. Our 2-time champion of the OSC Championship solo later today plays to keep a streak alive of winning in the lower bracket. No one has ever won the OSC Championship from the lower bracket round 1. And Sola is the one player who is alive that could potentially, possibly, make that still happen this year. So we will see. It's going to be very tough for him, but yeah, like I say, a few cool storylines across the board as we work through the games today. Let's get Amygdala on the way as we get into Geralt Skillus. Game number 3. We're tied. We're not tied up. We are 2-0 in favor of Geralt, and he needs one map to send him through to the top 6. Skillus is back where he was yesterday, down 0-2, and in a must-win situation. He has to reverse sweep if he wants to take it and move on through himself. So, what will the storyline be here for Game 3? In the top right-hand corner, the 2-0 lead belongs to Geralt, our blue Protoss. Bottom left, our red Protoss player is going to be Skillus. Alright, game 3 of our series. Let's see what the plan will be as our probe is going to move onto the map here. And Geralt will be the first to do some scouting, so he comes all the way across. We'll get into this natural expansion, see what he can provide in the next few moments. There's a couple gates coming on the line, the probes are coming through. And we do just see this probe getting into the main base. Cybercore coming about. Again, the probe's on the way in. Skillus is scouting as well, as both players play the double gateway again. Really not seeing too many surprises in terms of the opening setup, so nothing too crazy just yet. Probe chasing probe, a little bit of a chase down. Again, battery coming up. We get settled into play for a few moments. Probe's gonna be chilling as we do have the hallucination making its way across the map, so journeying out to the other side. Trying to see just what else is happening. Hallucination steps over to the right, again just checking to see what's up. Next is coming down on both sides right now as we get settled. Nexus will build on the natural. We do see the couple of Zealots going to move about themselves as well. Sentries and a Stalker or so coming across. Well, Adept's going to hit that sentry already, so some damage being done. Going to get up there, and a couple of Adepts are going to get caught as well, so they're going to get caught in amongst that. As you see, the Adepts do recall, and just going to resettle ourselves following that for a few moments at least, so. Now we settle, now we chill. And follow the Adepts back across the other side of the map here. Hallucination still moving around, but on the way to blink from both players. Skillus needs to start taking some better fights, needs to start putting himself in some better positions, otherwise this series is going to get away from him extremely quickly. I mean, down 0-2, he's already not exactly in an ideal position. Things are looking a little bit tough right now for our Red Protoss in this series. Blink Chrono Boost now from Geralt, Robo Facility coming up. We'll see a pylon cancel. The probe goes down. That blink will finish. The Nexus starts. So actually, Geralt going to take a faster third Nexus, while Skillus will take a faster Forge. So we do start to see a bit of diversion in terms of priorities. One man who goes, tries to set up more economy. The other guy says, yeah, okay, you go economy, I'm going to go army. It's a mild difference, because it's basically just a difference in ordering. One goes Nexus, then Forge, the other goes Forge, then Nexus. Just differences, though, and you also see that Geralt is building up an Immortal already, too, so that's a factor. Remember that we've already seen one game of skills today where he decided to build absolutely zero tech at all. Robo Facility coming up, Nexus coming through. Our Stalker, Sentries, and Immortal. We'll head down to the bottom side as you do see the couple of Adepts joining up as well. Charge and +1 both continue to produce. And this army gets ready to push in toward the third base in the next few moments. So, it's going to be Geralt to apply some pressure. I mean, I just don't think there's going to be much here, considering, like I say, Skillus is focusing purely on units pretty much as well. The Immortal is nice, and the Immortal is probably going to add more than anything else, as we do start to see some sentries falling as they get caught in the force fields in the front. Can't get away, can't back up from that. We'll have the Immortal here getting caught a little bit. Just going to step forward, though. The Immortal getting so many shots off. Only has one kill, but that one kill is not really indicative of what we're seeing, because that's a single kill. But he did so much damage to all the Stalkers as well. The difference here is going to be Warpins, and having a defensive Warpin already here from Skillus is going to start allowing him to chase down. Geralt does not have any nearby Warpins at all, and that makes it very scary. Like, he'll get some reinforcements now, because the Immortal will get targeted down, gets a couple Stalkers in return at least. Oh, nearly had one there, but the blink is good. Try to play the chase, but it doesn't quite happen for you. Skillus comes around the top left-hand corner, heading down the left-hand side. +1 attack and charge coming up from both players as we speak. So bringing a whole bunch of this up into play. Stalker's moving over, just seeing where we can go to. And then Temple Archive is going to be coming online here from Skillus. So we got that Temple Archives coming up. The Stalkers in the top left are going to get a Stalker as well. Just going to be able to grab that. Stalker step forward again. Going to go for this Immortal, which is now going to drop. So the Immortal goes down. A couple of these Zealots getting chipped away at as well. Seeing those dropping as we speak. A couple of the Stalkers coming through to the Immortal. Still going to be there. Zealots still setting up. Rocks expire in the center of the map. And again, Stalkers, couple Zealots, and the Immortal make their way down at the bottom right, through the bottom side of the map in general here, as we get to set up. Two upgrades continue to play. We're just going to see our Stalkers setting up as well. A few Zealots are going to come over. Knocking down one set of rocks and opening up a little bit of space to get into bottom left-hand side. Going to see these units continue to collect together. Again, the +2 attack upgrade coming through. The Prism and the Archon coming up as well. There is a few Zealots heading into this mineral line as a few probes begin to go down. Geralt, I don't think, has any right taking this fight. This army is good from Geralt. He's got multiple Immortals, he's got an Archon. I mean, Geralt, the only good thing is maybe getting a few pros, but he loses on the army fight, and he's going to be down an upgrade as well, +2 to +1. It's not exactly going to help you here. The Warpin doesn't do anything. Prism dies even, right? So just not a good choice to fight here from Geralt. I feel like he's seen a lot of success in this game from fighting, but this has just not been one of those times. This is a moment where I think he needs to really stop, look, and assess the situation before committing in. I think his failure to do so is going to probably cost him a game number 3 and the potential perfect sweep, and he's going to start letting Skillus back into the series, which, as we know, is a little bit scary because we're just talking about how well Skillus did yesterday to come back from 0-2 down against Cure. Now, beating Cure from 0-2 down ain't easy. Gives me a lot of confidence in Skillus' ability to just kind of assess the series, turn it around, and adjust on some of the mistakes he's been making. As he presses in here on Amygdala, up into this 12 o'clock base, and we're going to come straight through. As, yeah, that's going to be pretty much all shutting down. There's just not an army here from Geralt, realistically. There's nothing he can really put into play right now. He's just going to get completely overrun as a few more Zards come through. The probes keep going down. Stalkers and the Immortals get onto this Nexus. The Zard's going to continue onto the other Zealots. Skillus is going to sit 113 to 40 supply. Geralt will type the GG, and he will give Skillus his first map of the series. So Skillus gets to go into at least a 1-point position on this matchup. He will not get blasted down just yet. It will not be so simple. As Geralt, like I said, I really feel like took a fight there that was just... To me, it was a fight that didn't need to happen. You know, he forced a fight that just didn't have any reason to be forced. You can't make those kind of mistakes realistically. Alright, we'll host into this next map. And we can, I think we can just go actually. Yep, let's go into game number 4. Let's do this. Alright, Whispers of Gold. 4th map of the series. Geralt still on match point. Skillus just needs to take this game, and then we're talking about a game 5 with it all on the line. Let's see. In the bottom right-hand side, with the series lead in his favor, can he close out on another attempt here? It is Geralt, our blue Protoss. And like I said, I felt like he just kind of stuck to what he'd been doing without really stopping to assess the state of that game. See if he can polish up on this next one. Cronenberg's coming out on the Nexus and gets settled in. Is that probe coming to scout? This time it's Skillet's to scout much earlier than Geralt. They're kind of alternating in terms of their scout timings. Once again, double gateways on both sides. Probe moving about against Cybercore Gateway, continue to produce. Just have ourselves the tech choices coming very shortly. Get those tech choices figured out, and then we'll have a bit more of an idea as to what we're going to be seeing in this game as the probe moves about. A couple of stalkers start to come on through. Okay, building on the Cybercore. The probe coming across, the other probe taking damage. We nibble back and forth here for a few moments. We got ourselves the cancellation there. A couple of devs coming through. The stalkers are going to make their way across to the other side of the map as well, so we will follow these. At least they're going to take a step forward. Stargate, the choice from Geralt. We're not seeing a lot of Stargate today. Stalkers at both sides. We do have a couple extra stalkers coming across. The next is coming through the Stargate building. Stalkers continue to make their way over here for the moment. Stalkers coming around. A couple of adepts are going to go shading. I think a Void Ray, which suggests that Geralt is a little bit afraid and actually needs this defensively, which is a bit of a shame because I always feel like building a Void Ray at the Stargate is never really your goal. So, especially as it's a Void Ray first too, so not even like an Oracle initially. These devs are very unlucky that battery came down at just the last second to stop the block, to block the shade through. Void Ray out, 2 more Stalkers warp in. Sentry's coming up as well, so that Void Ray probably does have some value. As like I say, it just feels like a shame because now Skillet backs away. You don't fight this Void Ray. If you don't let this Void Ray get value, then this entire Stargate plan has just been an investment for no real purpose. Stalkers in the Void, pull back as we do see Skills. He's absolutely right to just back away. No reason to give that Void Ray value. The more time that goes by, the less impactful that Void Ray is going to be in the game, so just let it sit there. Let it waste away. It's kind of just going to come across and try and harass a little bit, but like I said, I mean, this is much less effective than like an Oracle running through. Void Ray moves around on the left. I see the Oracle going to come around the left side as well. We'll see if we can maybe make something happen. We're going to move through. Just going to activate Stalker taking damage. We're going to see the Stasis Ward. It's going to finish up, and that's going to be a few probes getting caught in that Stasis. Now the Adepts on the right side are going to try and shade forward as well. Stalkers in the Sentry coming through. The Blink about to finish on the side of Skillet, and the Blink coming up from Geralt as the Adepts get there for a couple of workers killed. So the Adepts will go down. We're going to drop in. It's going to be seeing a couple of Stalkers going to get there. Stasis goes off, but the Oracle dies, so Geralt is going to be missing his real Stargate tech here, just for the moment. And Gateways, Nexus coming across, and we do have quite a lot of Stalkers arriving already. Skillet has a Blink right now. Just about saves him that first Stalker as he'll come around the left and see if he can find himself a Nexus cancel. That would be an amazing situation if you could get in here and cancel this up. Fires up a few shots. We're going to get back onto it. The Stalker's coming in from the other side. Again, Stalker in the center from Skills, gathering back up together. Two more Stalkers coming across with this, and the Void Ray is still flying through the sky and trying to see where, what, and how it is going to do things. Dark Shrine coming up from Geralt. Forging the Nexus on the way in. Our Stalkers in the Sentry will come back over toward the center. The third Nexus coming online as we speak. And Nexus will just gather up. We do have the charge coming on both sides. The +1 attack coming through. Gates and a cannon coming up as well. And the Dark Shrine is about to be done, so we will see if the DTs can have an impact here. Like Geralt might need some DT action to really kind of step up in this game a little bit, so let's see what he gets. We'll see what he gets. Stalker's coming across right now, heading down to the bottom left side. This is Geralt's army. It's not very exciting. It's not going to do much. We do have a proxy gateway coming up top right. He gets a Stalker. He gets away. I mean, Skillet is attacking up. Temple Archives is on its way through. The Prism Charge and +1 are all coming out as well. So we are progressing to a stage where Skillet is going to be feeling very, very good about this. Geralt moves up towards the top. Stalkers and Immortal essentially just going to gather in there from Skillet. We've seen a couple of shots coming through on the other side. The Hallucination moves into the main. Just gather up again. Just going to come pushing over. Stalkers get chased out. A few more units warping in. Black Templar is going to morph into Archons. A couple extra Zealots are going to come through as well. We are going to see those Zealots going to charge up. Stalker's going to take some hits. Zealot's going to take some damage. The Immortals can sit there and fight. I mean, that's going to be a fine defensive skill. As again, Geralt is attacking in when he feels like he needs to. I'll try and come up one more time. Here's the Zealots, the Stalkers stepping forward. We're just going to kill a battery in the main base. It's fun. Making use of the Void Ray from way earlier in the game, keeping it alive. Skillet steps into the middle, just going to knock down this set of rocks. 4 more Zealots and 2 High Templars get warped in. These rocks get open, potential to move into this forward base right now as well. Still getting warped in. The army from Skills will come through. A couple of Archons going to hit. The Assimilator is going to go down. We continue to see this force coming back and forth. We see a little bit more of what we can do. Stasis catches just a single Stalker. The +2 attack already finishing up from Skillers. A couple of DTs are warping in. Rover Facility still coming online, plus some batteries. Gets knocked down. Good stasis ward, catching a few of those Zealots. The additional Stalkers coming up as well. Good. I mean, stasis ward is really nice for Geralt to try and help him hold on. Skillet is 2 Immortals whacking away behind this, getting those Archons into the front lines. Just trying to soften up any of the Zealot numbers. Now, Archon is going to go down here from Geralt as well. He just doesn't have the tech units now. It's just going to be Stalkers. Not ideal, especially when a lot of the Zealots are already going to make their way through, stepping up already. Being able to come straight forward there. A few Zealots on the right side will come forward as well. More Warpins coming online. We go back and forth and back and forth. 4 more examples, a few more zealots. Skillus still trying to break through here. We're getting close to having ourselves a +2 upgrade from Geralt. I think his issue still really remains is just he didn't get rid of... I mean, he got rid of the Archons, but there's still a couple of Immortals right there. Stalker's blink back, a couple Zealots going to hit still. This Nexus goes down, the Stalker step away, Skillus will continue to try and chase through. A couple of pylons and batteries going down in the process. Stalker's blinking over, Stalker's being chased. Immortal and the Dark Templar continue to come up. Ourselves will get ourselves a battery. Stalker's going to keep trying to push through. A few Zealots going to get going. Again, a few extra units warping in. That's 9 Zealots on the way from that prison. Stalker's still trying to press up, as we are going to be seeing the units, though, from Skillus clearly being a little bit too much, and Geralt is going to say GG. This is going to give us a Game 5 to start off the day. Geralt and Skillus going to go the distance to open things up here. And what will be the first of what I think we've got 2 PvPs today guaranteed, because we will have Hero MaxPax later on as well. And this first PvP already delivering, as Skillus was 0-2 down. Now it is 2-2. And we go into game number 5 to decide it all, decide everything here on this upcoming map, which will be ley lines to decide everything as well. So into the final game of this series, Geralt and Skillus up against one another. Let's see what will happen. In the bottom left-hand side, his 2-0 lead feels like an eternity away now, as it gets brought all the way to this Game 5. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss player, this is Geralt. Takes on in the top right, the red Protoss, we have Skillus. So game 5 here. Feels like Geralt kind of ran into a bit of a brick wall recently. Purple Scout going through, a little bit of movement. Probe nibbles the other probe. Cybercore's coming through. Work is coming about. And we have an probe sitting right there on the other side. The probe going to nibble about as well. Stalker and Sentry continuing to come through. Going to see that warp gate coming in as we speak. Probe still nibbling the probe. Hallucination moving over. Pylon drops. Next comes up, Twilight Council building. Tense game here, game 5 comes down to this. Skills just playing the reverse sweep challenge. And the YouTube series, yeah. I won this tournament I won this tournament, but I started every series 0-2. Brackets from whatever the last round was. Hallucination gonna patrol, just gonna see the hallucination across the map, scouting, blink coming up. Wolfgate coming through, Nexus coming into play. Pro's gonna transfer it down, Blink versus Blink here for this game 5. Doesn't get more pure than this just yet as our Stalkers, our Sentries begin to make their way across the map. Hallucination still cruising about again, a couple of gateways coming on the line. Still got that Blink halfway done as well. Sentry Stalkers going to gather up. We'll just have our Nexus coming on the third base. There's a forward gateway from Geralt. I mean, Geralt has kind of had the same idea of just, I'm going to be the aggressor every game. He loves attacking. He's going to add 2 more gateways to get this attack going while we see the tech coming online from Skillus. And Geralt make it work here in game 5. He's on a couple of maps losing streak. Stalkers and Sentries coming across. We will see the couple of Stalkers here. Just going to see one Stalker going down. Going to turn around now onto the pylon. Not ideal for Geralt. He was obviously looking to try and win a numbers game. He's going to lose his forward pylon, his forward gateway. And yeah, he goes into a much later third base off of worse tech. The Immortal still Corona boosting out here from Skillus. This is a complete flop from Geralt. He's attempted to do something. He's not going to even take off with it. So he's going to be stuck on the ground. And now he's got to face those consequences and play from behind. Stalkers and the Sentries coming about. We'll see the pylon finishing up. So the gateway's still alive. We will start a warp in there, but this attack is already significantly delayed. And like I said, delay is huge because stuff like the Robo and the Immortals are now much better set up than they would have been. Force fields coming down across the board. Sentries going down. The Immortals still flaring. A couple of Sentries taking shots. Stalker's taking damage back. One Stalker very nearly going down. It is going to fall. Charge coming up. The probes in the Dark Shrine about halfway done. And +1 attack coming on both sides. We blink up once again. The force field coming through. Those Zealots are going to get blocked. Some more build up from Skillus as we do have a couple Zealots still in the center. Dark Shrine about to complete. Gates, probes on the way through. Charge and +1 coming around. Our Zealots will get to the top side. The Stalkers and the Sentry going to get rid of the gateway. Geralt goes into Shadow Strike, which if you can get some DTs, or maybe that is the chaos you need to see success in a game like this right now, because a lot of things have not quite gone your way. That said, it's 59 workers each. The Nexus on the 4th is coming up. It's just the army supply difference, which is extremely significant. Skillus obviously has a lot of army supply advantages. Opponent really does not. You cancel the 4th base with these few Stalkers. I mean, that is a win. As we come through, I think that was the Observer that just got. What was that? What was that in the front from Geralt? Skills get to grab. Obviously, like I say, DTs are going to be available soon. We pretty much have to use these DTs. Do we have detection from Geralt? No. That means he can't get rid of the Observer, which means DTs can't be used defensively here. They're going to have to just be used on all-out offense. I mean, away they go to them, making their way across the map. Say no Observers, you can't get rid of the Observer. There is a cannon in the natural at least as well. Skills splitting a few Zealots across to the 6 o'clock base too, so you can start to put some damage in there. Gets to cancel on the Robo facility, so no Observer will come out. We start to work on pylons, trying to shut down the production lines. I mean, I get it, but Zealots warp in, the Observer's overhead, but DT gets a pylon and 2 gateways get depowered. That's it. Geralt ain't gonna win a game off of that as he tries to break through now. He will get rid of the Immortal, but then he is completely overwhelmed Stalker-wise. He does not have anywhere near the numbers he needs. Like I say, this game died when he decided to try and go for a committed Stalker attack, and he lost his gateway. So the Stalkers continue over, gateway will go down. Zealots charging through. Just going to be seeing the Zealots going to go and wrap around. This pylon will go down as well. You see Geralt's supply is just falling lower. And lower and lower. This one is not going to go anywhere else. I mean, we are going to see Skills completing the reverse sweep. Honestly, in almost anticlimactic fashion. I mean, this game was decided pretty early on. He just looked so much better the last few games. I mean, basically every attack that Geralt went for, Skills just completely defended and was very ahead from. Just feels like I say, Skills is playing almost a different series from the start to the end here. But that's the beauty of a best of 5, as you will see. GG getting called, and Skiller's taking Game 5 of the series is going to come in with the reverse sweep and win this. 2 matches in a row, he comes back from 0-2 down and gets the reverse sweep. Skillis advances in, he plays the loser of the Bjorn/Hero/MaxPax section, so we'll be figuring more about who he will play next a bit further down the line. As we are going to get ready for a huge matchup up next, guys. We're going to be going to the winner bracket for the first time in a little while. We've not done winner bracket matches in a few days in the OSC Championship. So we're going to go to the winners bracket, and we're going to go Dark versus Clem, and we're going to stay in that winner bracket for a few series. Dark versus Clem, Hero versus MaxPax, the winner versus Bjorn, and then the upper bracket finals. So a lot of good games about to come up, and then eventually we drop down to the lower bracket for Solar versus either Hero or MaxPax, whoever loses out on that PvP, which will be our 3rd series of the day. So that's where we are at. We're going to go into Dark versus Clem up next. Get that ready to begin. Get this series started, guys. Thank you for joining us, and yeah, we'll just run a round of ads and we'll be right into this, so not long to kick into this TVZ, I promise you. Join just in time. Yeah, a little bit of a PvP warm-up today. Like I say, Dark versus Clem, then top tier Hero versus MaxPax action. The winner plays Bjorn. The winners of those matches all play each other. Should be great potential for Clem MaxPax. Upper bracket final, maybe Dark Hero could be very fun. Maybe Bjorn gets there. A lot of possibilities in this winner bracket right now. A lot of possibilities. Alright, well, we'll just give it a moment, guys, about another minute. How much does Dark need to cheese Clem nowadays? Probably quite a bit, to be honest. Why is there no Cyril? This tournament is pretty much qualifiers only, so Cyril chooses not to play in the qualifying events, and hence no Cyril. It's just on the lower side of things that Sarah would play in, so just not really something he's typically taking part in a lot of the time. Hey guys, give me 36. And 2. Alright. Double check if Kitty's back and ready and good. We can get ready to go into this Dark Clan best of 5, guys. Let's jump into this TVZ. Alright, let's go. And get into this next best of 5 series. Dark versus Clem. 2 names which are incredible, but it is kind of almost, is it bittersweet maybe to cast Dark versus Clem nowadays, because I feel like you go back a couple of years and this is a grand finals in Atlanta. Grand finals of, I mean, it was the grand finals of the WardiTV Christmas Day games this year as well, but as time passes by, I read Terran play in the top right, Team Liquid's Clem has just gotten so much better. And he is just such a challenge. He is such a problem maker. He makes so many issues. For Zerg players especially. And it's definitely been something that Dark, our blue Zerg in the bottom left, has struggled a little bit more to keep on up with. And I think we're at the point where this Dark Clem series is not quite, unfortunately, as epic as it once was. Simply and truly for the fact that, yeah, I mean, Clem just got that freaking good. Dark obviously maybe did not play as much lately. He kind of seems to have stepped back a little bit, maybe expecting to go to military or so, still just playing some online events where he can, etc, etc. Wasn't Dark supposed to go to the military for so long now? Yeah, I don't really know what the deal is with Dark and the military. Halston, when I was talking to Halston, he was like, yeah, but Dark never mentioned going to the military. Everyone else mentions Dark's going to the military. I don't know what the deal is. I do not know what the deal is. Audio? Well, if you have no audio, it doesn't matter what I tell you because you're not going to hear me. SCV patrol on the natural. And the first Reaper comes out. There's multiple barracks, so we are going to see multi-racks Reaper as our opening. And so Clem going to put some pressure on in these early stages. Here Reaper heads down to the bottom left and start nibbling some drones. Some lings coming across as well. That's how Zergling's going to get through. And yeah, I mean, we start a fight. But obviously, with extra Reapers coming across, CLEM will continue to apply the pressure here. We'll continue to put on the damage and see how well Dark can handle this. Again, Tech Lab coming online, the Reactor coming up, a couple of CCs coming through as we speak. Other Reapers coming through, again, that link speed coming up, lings, drones, all coming about, our command center's building. Again, our stim pack coming through, as a couple of Reapers continue to go back and forth. Two Reapers gathered, just gonna see a few lings coming through. Ling's gonna turn back around, Reaper's gonna get chased. It's going to be 2 Reapers going down already. That's a nice catch. Good defense from Dog, getting rid of those Reapers early and able to push those away. Resources lost is pretty much fine here. And there's one more Zergling, so drone 6 lings, but all the Reapers gone already. Pretty huge, because now you really are so much more free on the map. You can build your drones without any issue. Gets into a very nice little situation for you now. Things gather. Again, the Marines coming up, obviously with the 2 racks on the field already. You're going to move into bioplay very quickly here, and that's exactly what's happening. So 2 barracks on the way in immediately right now, and get that all settled down. So that's what Dark will have to deal with next when CLEM gets some medevacs out, most likely. He's going to be swinging across the map immediately. Means to gather up. They're going to drop a couple of creep team drones moving about. They're going to creep coming in. The Baneling nest coming online as well. Still got our Bane nests. And that is a hatchery in the main, so a macro hatch already coming online. Get that brought straight through here as we just have the evolution chambers, the Baneling nest, hatchery in the lair coming up, additional drones all on the way out. And combat shield building through. The Marines are going to load into the medevacs, and those medevacs will begin to boost out onto the map right now. Orbital command are going to move into the front, going to drop down that CC. Land that on location, lift it back up again. Okay, so unload, get ready to press forward. We will see a couple of queens going to come through. 1 queen going down. Going to see a 2nd queen going down. The lings and the drones are dying. These Marines will continue to stand and fight. There's another queen that drops. Marines load back into the medevacs. Medevacs load back up. The lings get back around the bottom. Things will wrap around, we open up some rocks and just try and get rid of spaces that the Terran can, utilize and abuse. Lings run in here, the Marine's going to load back into those medevacs, so we pull away, back behind a set of rocks as well. There's just, 1-1 upgrades continue to come on through. Melee upgrades coming about, Baneling speed coming up. Dark playing this Lingbane style, not going to go into any roaches, not going to go into what would typically be seen as an easier out for him against CLEM to deal with some of the early pressure and so on. Gonna try and get away with playing into the Lingbane now. Medevacs boost. We do have our Banes and Lings coming about, melee upgrades and the Baneling speed still coming up. Our Medevacs on the left hand side. Again, the Lingbane gathering as Marines and Medevacs step forward here. CLEM goes toward the center. Still got those upgrades coming through. The Bane speed not far from being done from Dark. And our Marines, what do we want to do here? We'll just stem forward. Just going to see 1 creep teamer going down immediately. Ling Bane going to come across. We are just going to load straight back into those Marine medevacs. And Clem is going to retreat, but Dog is going to send this. 60 drones only right now, and he is going to a lot of Ling Bane. Those tanks are beautifully protected on the natural, and they are going to be huge. They're getting rid of so many of the Banelings as Clem unloads on his third base and will be able to get enough defense there. There's a little bit of a breakthrough in the natural as those tanks finally go down. But the Banes can't find anything significant. The Marines are playing cleanup, and this is an absolute defense from Clem. 12 SCVs go down, but that really is nothing compared to how much Dark just threw at him. And nothing stuck at all, as that's 5.1 to 2.9k resources lost. Oof. Armor going to finish in a moment from Clem. He'll be able to start 2-2. He's a bit behind Dark, but right now the upgrades are even, so even upgrades, double army supply. Clem marching straight across the map here on Ultra Love, as we are going to see the Banes start to crash through. The Lings start to break on forward. The Marines will get rid of a few more Banelings. The Queens are going to get jumped on as well. And we are going to see Clem continue to push Dark away here in this opening game of the series. I don't think Dark cleans this up. The Ling Bane attack was nowhere near efficient enough, did not find anywhere near what he needed to. And it's GG on the horizon as another Bane smashes in. Marines go down, Queen's getting caught. Ling's still dying. Dark says GG, and Clem takes game 1 of the best of 5. Alright, Clem takes the opening game of this best of 5 series as he gets a 1-0 lead here in the upper bracket semi-finals, fighting for his place in the upper bracket final. Guys, just before we hop into a game number 2, just want to take a little moment to sell out. Yes, we are going to sell out for a moment or two. So first of all, thank you so much for watching today, and of course, if you want to keep on catching more StarCraft 2 content, you can support the channels by liking and subscribing on the YouTube and following on the Twitch. But don't forget as well, if you are really enjoying, in the month of February, we're going to try and make February a big one. We're going to try and get a few different WardiTV events on the go. If you would like to help us out with that, do consider subscribing. If you've got a Prime sub, you can subscribe for free. Utilize that. If you're feeling generous, you can just sub with real money as well. And if you're feeling ultra generous, you can even give some subs out. We're currently below 600 subs. I would love to push us back up towards 700, especially because we're going to try and get some WardiTV events on the go. And WardiTV events do need prize money, and prize money don't grow on trees. If it does, then you could also donate us a gifted sub sapling or a money tree sapling. Like, I'll take it, I'll plant it. I'll grow it myself if I have to. But yeah, do consider supporting because it allows us to run more tournaments, keep on casting tournaments, and being full time, allowing us to have a full schedule to cover events like the OSC Championship, which is an awesome event, and we'll tell you how to support the OSC Championship a bit later on today as well. So yeah, TLDR, sellout mode. Have you heard of Twitch Prime? You can support the stream right now with Twitch Prime. Don't forget to also follow the stream, subscribe to me on YouTube, give me money on Patreon, donate directly, and cheer in the chat. And don't forget to gift all those subs so we can hit that level 5 hype train. And since I found that again and remembered it existed, I'm going to play it way too much, I can already tell. SET2 coming in with first gifted subs of the month, going with the 5 bomb, going out to Wileg, Psycho God, on the tanks, Jaheppers, and Syndrome L2P. Thank you so much for the generosity. I appreciate it. And we also have a fresh new sub coming in from Penyam Buhan. Oh god, I murdered your name. Penyam Buhan. Thank you so much for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. Mitchum94 with 5 gifted subs as well. Going out to SK Segux, VIP Macab, Snarv, Silver Kiops, and Lewis C. Barrier. Thank you so much for the generosity of the gifted subs, the regular sub. Thank you guys. Another 10 on the 32 months resub as well. Thank you as well as we kick into game number 2 of this best of 5 series in the bottom right with a 1-0 lead. Our red Terran player, the absolute master of Terran as of late. So good in this TVZ matchup. This is Team Liquid's Clem. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Zerg player is Dark, and he is looking to bounce back on El Dorado. Try and stop this series from getting away from him. If you go down here to his Dark, I feel like a reverse sweep is extremely unlikely. I just do not see it. Against someone like Clem, he can play very safe through the rest of the games, knowing he's got a bit of an edge already. I just don't see how you come back from 0-2 down. I think Dark has to get ahead early in these series and kind of take initiatives and stuff, and I think that's what he tried to do with that Ling Bane attack in that last game, but that got deflected. I think a lot of importance comes down to this game right now with the 1-0 lead already in place for CLEM. Like I said, I think it's really important Doc stops him from getting to a 2-0 advantage. SCV coming over. Speed starts, Queens and a couple of lanes continue to come through and get settled down. SCV gonna nibble at the drone. We go back and forth. Constructor gonna come into play. Let's see, there's a couple of lanes gonna go after the Reaper. Grenade goes down, Lings get bopped about. And again, factory coming online from CLEM. So we got the factory coming up, the drone dealing with the SCV, does get to become an extractor, does not get blocked there. And yeah, triple CC from CLEM, so just trying to be annoying, making it difficult for Dog to get a third base down. I mean, he's going to go to the bottom side of the map instead, just going to go for a little bit of a different approach. As the Reaper will continue to be annoying here. Oh, gets the block and kills the drone. Very nice, gets that catch. As the Queen hops up, the Lings are going to try and chase the Reaper down. The Reaper is going to be safe enough, and maybe with Link speed, Doc will have a better attempt a bit further down the line. A couple more Hellions coming through. The orbital command is just going to finish on the natural as well. Reaper still cruising about. Again, Link speed will finish very shortly. And those Lings are going to have their Link speed now as they're going to take a run at the Reaper. So Reaper is going to get chased. Just going to back away there against Impact. On the way through Barracks and Command Center coming up. The Hellion is going to be joining up at the front as well. So the Reaper and the Hellion together get joined in. Against Impact is building. SCV's on the way out as well. Mailing Nest, Hatchery, Overlords continue to produce. Let's move about again. Hellions the Reaper setting up at the front here. We do have our third hatch going down on the bottom. A few more Lings coming up. Bane Nest about to finish. Stimpack halfway through. I'm just scouting. Thing is, the scouting and seeing the third hatchery is actually not that great because the reality is there's no drones on that base. This is a Ling Bane Bust from Dark. And CLEM needs to be ready to deal with this. He's only going to have the 2 Hellions. He moved away from that into Marine production a while ago now. Those Banes are going to move in. We do not have a wall off currently for CLEM. He will have Stim though, maybe. It's going to be very close, actually. I think he will have Stim by the time these Banes arrive, at least at some point during this. It's going to help a lot. The Hellions at the front will keep an eye, and then you know that these Lings and Banes are coming. So now CLEM has a little bit of pre-warning. Marines, what are we going to do? Stim toward the high ground, try and get safe. SCVs pull away. Hellions trying to tank some of those bailing shots initially. We would like to raise the depots here, but we don't get to raise the depots. Marines still running back. Medevac's about to arrive. So we're not far from seeing some additional aid coming into play here as these Banes are not going to get close enough to the Marines at all. 6 SCVs dead already. One more Bailing still coming through, but CLEM doesn't let it connect. 10 SCVs dead. Bane's still coming through, but they're going down on the top side of the mineral line. Remember, CLEM is on triple CC, so you can recover from the majority of damage dealt to him. The Dark is already out of steam, and with being out of steam, that is going to be GG called already. And that is just a 2-0 lead for CLEM. That is just a 2-0 lead for CLEM. Not much else to add to that one, guys, as CLEM is going to be surviving a bit of a later Lingbane attack, a bit of an earlier Lingbane attack. And now CLEM is on the verge of making it to the winner bracket finals. Guarantees him top 3 in this OSC championship. OSC championship, an event that CLEM did win back in 2020. A little bit earlier in the life cycle of CLEM than you might have expected him to find a win in. Actually, as well, worth mentioning, Dark won last year's as well. He is the current reigning champ of OSC. Beat Hero in the grand final after returning from the lower bracket. Like I say, lots of storylines as we get into the final stages of the OSC Championship today and tomorrow. Thank you so much, Captain Peabody, subscribing for 6 months in advance. That is some commitment right there. Thank you so much for subbing up and subbing in advance especially. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support, guys. Really took the sellout call and took it very seriously as we smashed through 600 subs. Like I say, road to 700 as we have some WardiTV events over the next couple of weeks. I think we'll do good. Like I say, we'll also talk about how you guys can support OSC Championship. We'll do that after this series is wrapped up, as we currently just invite our casters in and we get ready to go into game number 3 of the best of 5. CLEM is a map away from victory. One map from the winner bracket finals. If CLEM wins this, we will see him again later today. The winner bracket final is going to be played later on today, so that will happen. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Terran player, 2-0 up and looking for a sweep without even needing to reverse it like Skillus does. It is going to be Team Liquid's CLEM in the bottom left corner of Amygdala. Top right, our blue Zerg is going to be Dark. Game 3 of our best of 5. Can Dark get back on track? Trying some earlier kind of Ling Bane aggression and just kind of bouncing off the defense of CLEM so far. Hatch gas pool going to be our opening. No surprises on the initial setup at least, so nothing too crazy there. We do just have our orbital and our Reaper continue to come through. SCV comes up the right-hand side, going to be moving in towards that natural as the command center comes in. The depot sets up. Queens and Lings continue to produce from Dark. Yeah, SCV just going to do its thing and try and block a hatchery. We could try and now that SCV blocking the hatchery. Now the Reaper comes over and he's going to start dancing with some Lings. So a little bit of a dance begins to come on through. So he comes through, hatchery comes about, again just going to be seeing that Reaper trying to hold control. Doc does take this base down the bottom. I think CLEM likes that as a position he can target a little bit. Going to try and fight. Cryptian taking some shots. Stimpack coming up as well. Reaper backs up again. A couple of queens and a few drones coming on the line. The third hatchery is about to finish. Zerglings move back. The Hellions are going to continue over. Take the watchtower. 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 Take the Zerglings coming around that top side again. Drones coming up. Lings and queens on the way out. A couple of queens will step forward as well. Creep team is continuing to spread towards the top side. Can get to mining here, starboard on the way up. CLEM is once again on this double rack setup, so early 2 barracks gives him the chance to get into early bio. It keeps you very safe against a lot of the Zerg commitments, so against someone like Dark, if he's going to play Roaches, having the Marines out early can be pretty nice if those Roaches get aggressive or so. I imagine that's a big part of this. Let's see our Marines gathering, just going to be having the Lings and Queens gathering together. Things will nibble at those rocks again. The Hellions coming back along. Evo Chambers and the Bailey Nest coming online as we speak. Bringing those online, the lair not far from being done either. And our Orbital Command just produces some SCVs. As the double medevac CLEM loads up, and it's going to start boosting through the middle of the map towards the far right hand side. Marines will unload, Overlord will fall. It's going to be a supply block from Dark already. No Overlords on the way. There's a massive supply block for Dark. He currently has 23 Lings on the field, 8 more joining them. It might just be about enough to turn around this Marine medevac force for now. Yeah, that supply block is extremely serious as the Queens come through. The medevacs take some hits. The Marines will stim. One upgrades and that combat shield both building through here. Depot wall already set up quite nicely as well. Obviously make sure that if Dark wants to get aggressive on the other side, it's going to be a little bit of a tough spot. Our Marines will step back. Again, one upgrades, combat shield continue to come around for the moment, so we get all of that brought through. Burrow coming up, melee and carapace upgrades coming in. Balance speed building as well. Infestation bit is going to be done from Dark in a few moments' time. Our Marines and medevacs are still on a bit of a journey, trying to figure out what they would like to do next. Queen's going to bow. Queen's going to take some shots. Ling Bane is going to come over. One building goes down already. One upgrade still coming about. Our Marines are going to get moving. Again, upgrades finishing up. The medevac's coming over. And we're going to get to the top left-hand side. As these Marines come through, they get rid of some creep tumors as well. Able to get some grabs. Zerglings will go nibbling onto this set of rocks, so opening up these areas on the map, trying to create more space to move around. Zergs always love that. Pathways are Zerg's best friend, as we do have the Marines and tanks setting up. This 5th hatchery likely goes down. Now, Dog's expanding bottom right as well. His creeper spread is very good, by the way. So his creeper is actually looking pretty decent here on Amygdala in a lot of different directions. Let's see how he does dealing with this bigger army, as we are already hitting into Hive Tech as well, so Dog will have Hive to help him. What does he want to build? I mean, you probably don't want to rush out a couple of Vipers, really. I imagine this is a rush to Ultras. So he needs to get that Ultra Cavern down. Okay, the Adrenal Glands as well, obviously going to help the Zerglings. And yeah, there is the Ultra Cavern, so it is just going to be full focus on melee-based units for this stage of the game. So Ling, Bane, Ultra going to be the choice. We're ways off the, the Ultra phase of this, but we're going to go diving in right now, get rid of the tanks fairly quickly. Banes, yeah, a couple begin to connect the edges of that army. Beauty of CLEM is he's so good at pulling the majority of it away, and now he's got a counter-attack on the right side already. The double drop hits, the hatchery falls. There's a couple transfusions available, but I just don't think they're ever going to be enough. Lings show up way too late to make a difference, and that's going to be the Marines loading back up, coming down that right-hand side, and they are going to get the heck out of there. To unload a few more Marines, and a couple Lings go down. Over here, just going to be seeing drilling claws coming up. The medevacs load up again, going to go across, unload onto the low ground once more. Marines still fighting. They're going to actually see a... well, yeah, well, they're going to lose the medevac. So medevac goes down now. These Marines will continue to trade. And Bane's still coming over. Medevacs load up again. Just gonna have that spawning pool under some heavy fire. Adrenal glands will go down. Vesperling's coming across. The Banes are coming through. Fire coming across that right-hand side. The Widowmine's coming through as well. Stop throwing up those Widow Mines, and the Marine's going to step forward. Couple Widow Mine shots, kaboom, kaboom. We actually do get some Banes at least connected, and some of the Marine numbers do go down. Dark on a massive counter. Clem sees this right now, so if he notices that he can raise the depots already, but he is just not going to notice at all. So even though he had the extra time, it isn't going to matter, and Dark gets into the natural, into the main base. Dark is down a lot of supply. He needs to do serious work on the run-by, as yeah, he will get rid of a lot of the SCVs. The question just will be, does he have units left over to fight armies afterward? I don't know if Dark's going to end up with enough stuff to, like I say, trade it all. There is, you know, like I said, multiple Terran armies around the map. Clem will still have some reinforcements eventually building out too. I'm currently on a 20 army supply lead. I guess a lot of it is medevacs though. It's 11 medevacs, 16 Marines, and 15 Widow Mines. So it's kind of an awkward army to kind of move about. It's not the best army Clem could have, but it's still very much so an army. Dark holds 41 SCVs. And he is going to stay in the game, I think, because of this run-by doing so much worker damage. Let's come back across. Those Widow Mines will burrow. Another circling here and get taken out as well. Another couple of Widow Mines trying to come through. Kindness Plane coming online. The infestation pit is getting these infestors out. Ultras are still swiping and dicing, as you do see the medevacs loading, and Clem will begin to move forwards, heading through the center of the map here. Grade 3 upgrades, concussive shells all coming through. The Marauder's still coming up. The Widow Mine is coming online. Okay, and additional Banes are going to be on the way from Dark, so we get 5 more Banelings in production. And Marines on load. They're going to take a stim into this 12 o'clock position. This hatchery going to be in some trouble. And the Bane gets targeted. Widow Mine is good. Zerglings go down. It's going to be a fungal. It's only going to hit the medevacs. We can fungal the game, but I don't think we kill anything. Dark is just not on the supply he needs to be. He's less than half the army supply, and I do think we're at the point where if Clem just attacks, Dark might just crumble here in this game 3 of the series. Clem is a very difficult opponent. Like I said, I really feel like Dark, if he's going to do well in these games, needs to kind of get off to a fast start. A couple of his attacks need to work. And he needs to take a bit more control of the series, because I feel like once Clem gets going in a matchup like this one, he gains so much confidence. I think confidence is one of the biggest buffs Clem gives him to himself. And like when he plays confidently, he looks so freaking good a lot of the time. Final Mine across the right. A few Lings going down. Best is going to drop a fungal growth in the center. Ultra's going to disappear. GG says Dark, and he will be dropping to the lower bracket. Dark started in the upper bracket semis in this tournament because he had such a good seed from the OSC circuit, from the year of OSC events. First time we see him play, he meets potentially the best in the world right now, especially for TVZ. And so Dark will be taking a quick drop down to the lower bracket. He will end up in the same section as Solar and the loser of MaxPax and Hero. So that's where you can expect Dark to be playing tomorrow when we do see him once again. Clem advances to the upper bracket final, where he will play in the 5th series of the day, so 2 series from now. Up next we'll have Hero versus MaxPax, upper bracket round of 8, or upper bracket quarterfinals I should say. Winner of that plays Bjorn in the upper bracket semifinals. I'll just show you guys this on screen actually. It's probably easier. Like this. So up next we're going to be having this Hero versus MaxPax series in the upper bracket quarters. The winner plays Bjorn. The winner of that plays Clem in the upper bracket final, because we know Clem is now advanced. Dark drops down here into this section with Solar and the loser of MaxPax and Hero. The loser of Bjorn and MaxPax and Hero drops down to play Skillus. So that is where the bracket stands at the end of that Dark Clem series. But 2 out of 6 series down for the day, and plenty of StarCraft 2 to come. This is the OSC Championship, guys, and don't forget you can support the OSC Championship. They have a match Reno page operational for this year's OSC Championship. If you'd like to support the event, you can exclamation mark OSC in the Twitch chat. I'll give you that link right now. If you want the link in YouTube chat, let me know. I'll copy paste it over, and you can check this out, and you can come and see how you can support this year's OSC Championship. The prize pool increases for the players if you support the event, guys. So if you're enjoying the games, if you're enjoying the players you're watching right now, and you want to support them specifically, check out the Match Reno page on the OSC Championship. Raise the prize pool of the tournament and help the players celebrate a little bit better as they get knocked out of the tournament and guarantee themselves at least a little bit more prize money from the whole experience of playing this year's OSC Championship, the 12th edition. And yes, CLEM looking to be a 2-time champion, just like Solar is. Solar won 10 years ago in 2015. Won it again in 2018. I love this tournament just for looking back and seeing all of the different history kind of in each and every one of those wins in this tournament series. So there we go. Like I said, check out that Match Arena page, guys. We are going to get ready for more PvP. I know PvP is not something you guys usually live for, but it's Hero versus MaxPax, which I feel like is pretty difficult to really complain about a Hero MaxPax series. So I'm going to get into this and see what the guys are going to give us, see what kind of games we're going to get, and kick this off, I believe. I think it's time for us to just get this one underway. So without any further ado, let's do some hosting. Hero MaxPax. Game number 1 going to open up on El Dorado. Oh, I didn't run ads. Blech, I'm stupid. Sorry, guys. I did all the selling out. I need to wait a couple minutes. So silly. Oh, my water's there. What's up, DJ Crispy? How's Trivium? Very loud. No, it's good. Yeah, I went to see some what I would call bands of my childhood. Trivium and Bullet for My Valentine on Tuesday? It was Tuesday, I think. Very good. Even better, even better because they were playing the entirety of their first albums. I was just like, wow. You know when you actually just know all the songs still? I don't feel like this would happen to many shows I go to nowadays. I don't know a lot of new music. So it was really pretty ideal, to be honest. Into the Slipknot 25-year first album in December. Nice. I bet that was sick. I saw oh. I saw them play that first album once. I don't know if it was in its entirety. I think they opened with like the first half of the album at like a. I don't remember where it was. Yeah, they opened with the first like few songs of their first album. It's on Download Festival 2009, 16 years ago. Jeez. It's crazy. Ads are done. Let's jump into some StarCraft 2 again. Enough reminiscent. Let's go into some PvP. Hero versus MaxPax. More CLEM in 2 hours. Yes, CLEM will play the winner of basically in 2 hours or so. Basically, CLEM will play the winner of some series that are coming up. So yeah, we will see who that is. We're going to figure out who CLEM's opponent is over the next couple of matches in that upper bracket final. Which of course means that by the end of this today, we will know one of our grand finalists in the OSC Championship this year. Bottom right, our Red Pros player from Dragon Kaizi Gaming. We have Hero. I guess nowadays it's Weibo Gaming. I will never not say DKZ as long as it's in his name, though. Ay, ay, ay. As in the bottom left, our Blue Protoss player is MaxPax. So a little bit of PvP action. We start up in this game number 1 with a Nexus already coming down from Heroes. So Heroes going to go Nexus first. And he's going to try and get ahead of the MaxPax expansion by playing a Nexus first. And it is fun to see these guys play each other because it feels like they keep on doing the craziest of things. Because they both kind of respect each other. And we'll look at this as probably a bit of a like, well, how do I get ahead of what you like doing? How can I put myself in a good spot? And Hero especially is, I feel like, always challenging MaxPax as in terms of, hey, are you actually able to do this? Can you actually get away with that? Those are the questions I feel like he's asking a lot of the time, so. See how this goes. Probe moving about. Gateway's going down. So we settle up. A little probe moving over, so just gonna try and see a little bit of what's happening for a few moments. Just gonna have our Stargate coming into play, the Nexus coming online, and yeah, just here, obviously Nexus first into the double gates now, and MaxPax put a pylon down on that wall, but I don't think it's gonna come to anything more than that. I say heading into his Stargate, his own Nexus about to finish, so I think MaxPax is kind of okay with where we're at. Just a bit of a weird opening, but like I say, nothing that you wouldn't expect between these two, who are constantly testing each other with some openings and some weirdness a lot of the time, so. A little cancellation there, and Zealot is probably going to go down to the Adept, but now we go back and forth a few moments. Stalker's going to come out, and actually now the Adept will take quite a lot of shots. Was shaded and just about manages to get its shade far enough away to potentially keep it safe against these Stalkers. And one Stalker pulls back to deal with the new Adept showing up, and there's no battery in place. Oh, he gets the gateway down just in time. And we will kill that Adept too, so he is going to be able to get the cleanup here. So actually goes, I would say, fairly well for Hero, to be honest. Loses that Zealot now. It's the only thing he really loses in this defense, getting away with the Nexus first. It's interesting though, because MaxPax is on the faster warp gate. He is going to be on the fast attack. Is this Nexus first really going to gain you much here from Hero is what I'm kind of left asking myself. We do see an extra gate coming down from him now. We'll head straight into this main Stalker, and the Sentry will be there. We'll get turned around again. We have our Twilight Council coming through, the gateway coming up. 2 more gates coming up actually from Hero. Gate from MaxPax. Depth of fire, and we do see this gateway taking some more shots. Oracle's activating. They get themselves a kill. It's a Stalker that goes down. Nice to grab that, as we do see him trying to stop this probe from mining the cool minerals out. So, thinking about it, doesn't want to risk the Oracle, though. At the same time, we already have Hero. Actually, he built his Twilight across the map. Wow. I have no idea why he would build the Twilight here, apart from, I guess, just trying to hide what he's going into. Chrono Boost didn't blink. MaxPax going blink himself. Honestly, like, I just struggle to see the advantage Hero has in this game. Like, the blink is at the same time. MaxPax going to take a third base. He's about to scout the proxy Twilight Council and probably wonder what the hell is going on in this game. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, if I scout this as MaxPax, I'm like, okay. I'm surprised he doesn't cancel the Nexus. Like, from my point of view, I don't think he needs to cancel the Nexus. I'm just surprised he doesn't, because he's seen the aggression coming. And he's apparently just going to say that he feels good enough to try and defend it anyway. Maybe that alone is a good suggestion as to where we're at in this game and how things are looking. Stalker's coming about, a couple of pylons going down. One more probe falls. I mean, again, show me where Hero's going to magically get the numbers from to make this look as convincing as he needs it to be. I mean, maybe, honestly, MaxPax is teching up too much. Dark Shrine on the way. Obviously finishing this third base right now. He's across the map with the Oracles. They're going to activate and go for some probes, as MaxPax will get outnumbered here a little bit. And if this... Oh my goodness, the Stasis Ward is massive. God. I mean, Hero's losing probes. Now everything caught in stasis. It's funny because MaxPax walks up and he doesn't even really have the numbers to deal with reinforcements. I think MaxPax dies. I feel like this is the silliest death of all time, because he's just building so much stuff he has no need for. Like, the Dark Shrine, in theory... yeah, I mean, the Dark Shrine, in theory, wins him the game. I just don't know if... I mean, he's just so far away from it. I mean, Hero jumps on these Stalkers already. Probes are going to pull. I mean, all you gotta do is buy time for some DTs, and DTs will make this extremely difficult for Hero. Hero will be able to base trade against the DTs a bit. How many DTs can we... I mean, you just warped in 3 more Stalkers. That's going to be units on cooldown. Stasis Ward can buy you some more time again. Nope, 1 Stalker only. 2 Stalkers only getting caught in the Stasis Wards. It's time to warp in DTs. You need them right now, as the Stalkers move into the natural. And Hero just looks like he has way too much. Well, there's the DT. Like I say, it's something you now have to just get some detection for as Hero. That's the biggest question mark, as one more DT warps in. Gateways are now being depowered, so DT warp-ins are going to be limited. Great force field to protect yourself for a little while as well. Nullifies the effectiveness of those DTs. Hero is at some point going to build detection, right? Okay, not going to matter because MaxPax just says GG. That was a weird game. I really feel like if MaxPax, he sees the proxy, he keeps the third base, he builds a Dark Shrine. He just didn't have as much time as he thought he did, and that's even with like the best stasis he could have had. Imagine he had... Yeah, imagine he had no Stasis Ward. Then he's even more dead. Yeah, kind of a weird one. Kind of a weird game. Like, I understand the Dark Shrine because it does win him the game if he gets up soon enough, but like, he saw where his opponent was at. He saw his opponent was there with units ready as well. Kind of weird. It's honestly kind of a weird game, I'm not gonna lie. Game number 2 gonna come up on Romanticide. There's another map from that OSC map pool. Extended map pool, so the 9 ladder maps are joined by Romanticide, Gresvan, and Errorhome this season to give us this full 12-man map pool that the OSC Championship is using this year. Bottom right-hand corner, our red Protoss player is Hero, taking on the blue Protoss player in the top left. Down a game is MaxPax. Game 2 of this best of 5 beginning right now. Get this on the way. Well, here we're going to go one gate. For the moment, as we'll see the setup's continuing. He's not going for a second gas, so... It looks like he wanted a very fast Nexus, but he's not going to get it. Uh-oh, Hero. Because now he's got money spare. Okay, does move a probe in position to start the Cyber Core. But yeah, only has one gas, so it's not going to have as much tech available. Cyber Core's coming through. We'll see the probe of Hero getting toward the upper left-hand side. And straight across probe, nibbling up on some of the minerals, the Wolf Gate, the Stalker. Coming through, our Nexus is about halfway done. Nexus and the Adept coming up from MaxPax as well. Stargate still producing. Probe settling down again, Stargate coming up on both sides. Nexus will build. You know, I've got this Adept already from MaxPax heading down the bottom right. The probe of Hero coming up the upper left. Move into that natural and see a little bit of what is going on. We drop a battery into place. Probe cannot enter. And the Stargate is going to be for Phoenix first out of MaxPax. What will Hero do off of his Stargate then? Latest Stargate, so maybe a little bit cause for concern there. Something to think on. Stalker gets a probe, able to grab that already. Second Stargate builds on MaxPax, but I mean, Hero's going into a Phoenix, then an Oracle. I don't think Hero wants to compete in the Phoenix game. So he's gonna... I mean, he is just gonna end up falling very behind. That gets lifted, Phoenix will get the kill there. Target Council just coming through. Again, our gate's coming up, probes and a Wolf Gate coming online. The Oracle of Hero comes all the way to the top. Around that top side at the moment. Comes our Oracle. Flying straight in, a couple probes will go down. I mean, MaxPax at the same time as across the map, though, with the Phoenix. Realizing what's going on, he recalls. That recall allows him to kill this Oracle. Phoenix just heading down the bottom right. We are going to be seeing the Stalker's going to be there. Phoenix got turned away. And he got killed. Blink still coming up. Oracle, Phoenix, Robo Facility, all coming online as well. A couple of probes coming up just for the moment. Phoenix coming around. More Stalkers getting to the top. Robo Facility, batteries coming through. Going to be having the Phoenix going after some of those probes as well. So 5 workers going down. First walks into that stasis ward. Now we are going to see this pylon going down as well, so pylon will drop, battery gets depowered. Next stage is going to catch, there's going to be a few more stalkers getting caught, so 5 more stalkers getting caught there. So Oracle goes across the map from MaxPax, heading to the bottom right hand side. Stalkers blink on top of the Immortals. They're going to get rid of this hero. Just with mass Stalkers against Phoenix seems pretty good to me. It's the stage swords that are going to be an issue. We're going to kill the Robo facility, I would imagine. Yeah, there's no way we do anything. I mean, there's just no damage output. MaxPax is going to say GG as Hero takes a 2-0 lead. Very comfortable position. And this is going to be looking very scary for MaxPax. Just 2-0 down already. Just this falling apart for him a little bit at the start of this series, right from the very get-go. Definitely not ideal. GG's. Thank you, by the way, about 10 minutes ago, someone reached level 700 on Royal Match, our sponsored content. Appreciate that. If you're still thinking about supporting the stream with the Royal Match, there is still time to do so. We have about 7 days left on it. We have a full week, so if you guys would like to still support, just head on over to the !Royal command in Twitch, and you can download the game on your phone, and playing and leveling gets money added to the stream. So appreciate it if you do check that out. We're coming up to about $1,000 raised from you guys downloading and playing the game, which is amazing. It's going to be a big part of fun in our WardiTV February tournament that is coming up this month, so thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if recalling the Phoenix was the correct call. I feel like you should at least just try and do damage at that point, but I mean, investing in a double Stargate and only having Phoenix out when your opponent has a massive blink Stalkers, that just ain't gonna do it for you, right? It ain't gonna do it for you. Alright, let's get into game number 3 of this series is MaxPax must win to turn this around. His Brennan bracket run potentially coming to a quick close here in this quarterfinal. MaxPax beat Cure 3-1 originally. Hero beat Skillers 3-1. That's how they both get to this upper bracket round of 8. Let's see what happens. Bottom left, our red Protoss player. 2-0 in the lead is going to be Hero. One map from winning this series and getting to play against Beyond in the next round. Actually, you haven't seen Beyond Hero for a little while, to be honest. Chrono boosting. Gateway, assimilator, probes all coming up here. We do have the probe of MaxPax heading down the bottom left. Nibbles probes for a few moments. We do have a hero has one probe across the map, by the way, so keep our eyes on that to see if anything comes of it. So just going to position to build a pylon, but not building a pylon just yet. Still going to attack the probe. A little bit of damage being done. Still following this probe. There is going to be the proxy on the other side. So the pylon came down, and now it's going to be a Stargate as the choice. So Stargate will begin getting that up. It's going to be Stargate versus Stargate here. So one proxied. Proxied Stargate's actually a little bit vulnerable in these scenarios because you're essentially kind of, well, out there in the middle of the map. If you lose air control, it's so easy for your opponent to punish that. You can catch your Phoenix and stuff because it's not all the way back at home. It's much easier for them to get a good amount of Phoenix nearby, so... I mean, the expectation is if they are building a proxy Stargate, you're probably going to build an Oracle, not Phoenix, but... yeah, if it comes into Phoenix on Phoenix, like I say, it might get a bit interesting. So, Adept here is going to fire at this wall. Oracle coming over, Zod and the Adept going to take some shots, the Adept coming back the other way. Oracle activates, a few probes begin to go down. It's going to see the Phoenix activating as well. Oracle still taking some damage. 6 probes, but we are going to lose the Oracle. We're building a second Oracle too. How should we like this? I mean, second Oracle going to show up. The main base is just about to get resaturated. I guess it's going to be pretty significant. Because Adept needs to not lead the Phoenix into the main base. What are we doing? And I guess we'll get after some of these probes, but I really felt as though the Adept was like, hey, look! Come over here, the Oracle's about to strike. Maybe the Phoenix could have been further away than they were if the Adept goes the other way. I just don't know if the Adept adds more than what the Oracle would have added. I guess right now it's still getting probed, so perhaps it was worthwhile. Perhaps this was not a bad play. Step shading around the natural. Again, Blink coming up, Gateway and probes coming through. A couple of units going down as the Adept gets a single probe. Stalker going to hit the Adept. We'll try and chase that Adept down. Just going to see the Phoenix are going to get there. The Stalkers will take some more shots. Again, Blink coming online. The Oracle, the Gateway, the probe coming through as we speak. Just going to get a little bit more probe mining going on the main base. And the Phoenix and MaxPax will move back to the top side of the map, it seems. Heading northbound, as there is going to be a pylon and a Stargate right there that the Zealot can jump right onto. So already the pylon taking some damage. If you deny this, the Phoenix obviously going to control the map now from MaxPax. That's still actually building a Phoenix as Hero heads into the Blink upgrade. We'll see if this Phoenix count can handle the Stalkers this time around. It's going to be a fun question after the last game. It's not a lot of Stalkers just yet though, and I think that's already a big difference. Just, we'll see how quickly the Stalker count masses up and how many that becomes sooner rather than later, as we just have the couple of shots beginning to move through. Stalker's coming back over, just going to see this group of Phoenix going to get back up. Start swiping. Start getting some trouble. And a couple of gateways continue to come about. Twilight Council and Immortal coming online. We'll still just gather here. Battery, Pylon, and Gateway coming up. We have extra Stalkers coming through too. Stalker gets the Zealot, extra Stalker's warping in. Gonna poke at the front, couple of Zealots gonna take some damage. Let's see, the Stalker's gonna blink forward. We are gonna be seeing the Phoenix gonna get the lift ups here. Stalkers continue to be lifted, Immortal going to be there. We are going to be seeing our Stalkers still whacking away. Phoenix taking some shots, as Zealots coming the other direction. +1, charge, Immortal, Zealots. All continuing through this army of MaxPax trying to hold on to the Naturals. Hero gets aggressive, really trying to make use of this blink at the moment and seeing if he can get some work done. I like where MaxPax is going. Charge, +1. Dark Shrine. Talk about confidence. Drops the Dark Shrine while this is happening. He knows that this is clearly going to be okay for him, so he sets up for the future already. That future setup is obviously going to look very good if he gets to get moving into it. A couple of Zealots taking shots again. Stalkers and the Immortals still about. Phoenix overhead on this natural. Stalkers blink up. One Immortal, second Immortal taking hits as well. We go back the other way. Stalkers still lifting up these by these Phoenix. Zealots coming through. We fire a few different directions. Two more shots still coming about. The Stalkers go back the other direction. Immortal taking some hits. Sentry taking some hits. Thunder goes down already. The unit's still warping in. There's an Enclave's coming online. The Next is coming through. +2 attack on the Forge. And still these Stalkers poised at the front to try and attack through and see what they can do. Coming up. I mean, Heroes has been on an endless attack here, essentially, but as he gets an Immortal, it just doesn't feel like it's doing enough for him. We'll see Glaives coming up from him as well to try and spice this up a little bit at the front. Was the Dark Shrine cancelled? Oh, Dark Shrine's up. This has not utilized it at all, which is a bit strange. Unless he just feels like, I mean, there is no detection. We're winning this the hard way, apparently. Yeah, DTs would actually just instantly end this game, but obviously MaxPax isn't aware of that like we are. Yeah, surprising enough to warp in one DT though and just either run it across the map or put it on these units. You know? A little surprised by this. 2 DTs across the map now warping. So maybe we were just setting up and waiting to warp in across the map, which took a little while longer. That's going to shade by, but they're not going to do too much. And they are going to get into the main base though, which isn't something. The problem is, like you say, the DTs are going to go completely uncontested. So any damage you do here, you can even see DTs coming in defensively as well. DTs are just a checkmate in this situation. Hero walks into a stasis. He's got a robot facility build. It just does not matter. At this point, you just build DTs non-stop. GG's, and MaxPax is going to take the first game for himself in this best of 5. He's going to take game 3, and he is going to begin the potential possibility of a reverse sweep. Would not be the first one today. Would not be the first one today. Alright, we're going to go to game number 4, which is going to be on Frostline. Alright, Frostline for game number 4. Can MaxPax keep fighting back, or what is going to happen here? Find out in a moment as we get into this in the top right-hand side. Still just needs a map to win it out. It is going to be Hero. Bottom left, our blue Protoss is MaxPax. Oh, probes are going to begin to mine it up into that mineral line. What's up? Shevchenko Vitality. Shevchenko Vitality. There we go. Shevchenko Vitality. Thanks so much for the 7-month resub. As the probe comes across the map to see. It's hard to pronounce. It's just my brain doesn't tell me what it needs to in time to say the next part, you know? Shvedchenko Vitality. There we go. Not even Vitality. Vitally. Still can't get it right. Yeah. Control's moving about, Cybercore's coming up, Nexus on the way, Zealot producing. Again, Cybercore's gateway coming up and running here, just going to be seeing the pylon coming through, and Hero going to get very aggressive if he proxies something right here. It's going to be very, very aggro. Going to swipe as we find this proxy. The robo facility then is known about, and Hero trying to mix it up in this game number 4 is going to get caught early. So you got depowered Zealot, and a couple Stalkers will step through. It's going to be moving up here. Because obviously that depowered Robo is going to put a big hindrance on the plans of Hero in this game. I mean, can't get your proxy Robo up, what do you do at this point? It's not really ideal in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, this is going to be pretty rough. Definitely not great. As a few Stalkers will chase. Another Stalker around. The Zealot going to get chased a bit as well. Ooh. My keyboard just stopped working. There we go. Sorry, I was just trying to move with the keyboard and it literally just didn't work anymore. Love that. So Hero gets rid of a couple of Stalkers, but yeah, super late on his Robo. Now I'm going to try and go Robo Bay. And probably just try and hope for some Disruptor shots or something to help out here. Immortal, Sentry, Warp Gate all coming up. We got ourselves a few units gathering at the front here. He's just committed to it. Robo Bay building. I'm going to boost out a second Immortal before we get any Robo Bay units on the way. Got a Prism coming up, like I say, from MaxPax as well. I mean, MaxPax is already having, like, MaxPax beating you to the Robo is kind of meant to be game over in this situation. Like I say, maybe the Robo Bay or Disruptor can change things, but I'm not really believing it. Cover depth will shade across. Disruptor is just producing, it's about halfway done. A few depths are going to shade through the natural toward the main base. The Immortal Corona boosting out. Time will cancel. We're going to warp in the Sentry and the Stalker. Disruptor actually gets denied immediately, so that does not go anywhere. As Hero is going to attempt the attack in. He has an army supply lead, but MaxPax has 3 Immortals to micro. He's going to get rid of the Immortal of his opponent. The Adepts of Hero will do what they can. MaxPax just warping into this fight right now. It already feels like there's not going to be much opportunity, as the Adepts in the main base will force some probes to pull, but it's very manageable as MaxPax is going to be up in workers, and just overall still feeling comfortable about this situation right now. As he steps out and looks to start denying the structures that are here. And if you can't stop this, well, I mean, this game's over. I mean, he's basically Hero's running around with these Adepts trying to win the game. Meanwhile, his very serious tech structure situation is all right here. It's not exactly great. This fight's not exactly great either, I guess, from here, MaxPax, but the Immortal is still winning out, even if it is very slowly. Jump forward a little bit further as well. GG gets called. We are going to get a Game 5 here in this best of 5 series. We will go the distance as MaxPax brings it back from the 0-2 deficit. And it's now tied up 2-2. We're going to see our second reverse sweep in PvP today. We very well might be about to, because obviously Skillers had one earlier. And now MaxPax is on the verge of one. We'll go into Whispers of Gold in just a minute or so to decide whether it's Hero or MaxPax that will be advancing onwards. Remember, the winner of this plays Bjorn in the upper bracket semis. That's going to be our next series. And then we'll be moving into the upper bracket finals. And then the loser of this series plays against Sola in the lower brackets. So that's where we are at. That's what we're looking at for the moment. Sight. Looks like Hero's scared to go late game versus MaxPax. I mean, you blame him if that's the case. He's not had a good time going late game against MaxPax at all, so I'd get it. Alright, let's go into game number 5 then, guys. Let's do it. Into Whispers of Gold. We are going to have in the top left-hand side the red Protoss player. It is Hero. He was 2-0 up. It's now tied 2-2. Bottom right, our blue Protoss is MaxPax. Game 5 of this series. See where we're going here on Whispers of Gold. I was gonna get there. Gates coming through. Pylons setting up. I'm just going to be having our probe nibbling probe. We just about get the block down. MaxPax nearly loses his probe, actually. Cancels up. Obviously just trying to play the block, but doesn't want to commit to a full pylon there. Cybercore's coming up, 1 gates each. Well, there's game 5. Stargate coming through, next coming about. And Stargate coming through, Stargate on the other side from Hero as well. Seeing the Adept will come out through the front. And Stalker and the Oracle coming about, Stargate and the Nexus coming through. Stalkers will fight, Oracle will try and deal some damage. I mean, the fact that MaxPax is chasing down Stalkers is always very fun, and he is going to get the cleanup here. Going to turn around and get the Zealot after as well. Again, Phoenix is going to be coming up. We do see the Oracle already activating onto the Stalkers here too. And Dep steps in, a couple Stalkers going to get the kill. We will see the Phoenix of Hero begin to move out across the map. Phoenix going to lift, and this is going to be Hero trying to deal with some of the Stalkers. Actually just trying to kill Stalkers here rather than focusing probes. Wants to knock down that Stalker number, apparently. And Blink is coming up to being, what, about halfway done as well. So that is why Hero wants to get rid of that Stalker count a little bit, so the Blink timing is not going to be as scary. Well, that brings us out to here. So we're going to shoot bouncing damage. Those Stalkers go down. Phoenix and Stalkers coming about. We will just see. Yeah, Phoenix coming over. Probes are going to pull through. Stalkers are going to be firing back. Stalkers get up to the high ground. Hero going to dive right in here then as MaxPax can chase, and he will be able to use the probes to chase with it. At the same time across the map, and Oracle is getting some kills. Aiming for some probes. We're going to really get engaged here using the Phoenix to lift up. Hero. I'm going to bully MaxPax a little bit so far. I mean, the Stalker's still getting caught up by these probes as well, so we're getting damage done, but I think MaxPax is going to push this back. The probes will do a lot of work here. And Hero will lose a fair few Stalkers in the process. Stalkers gather, and again we just see a couple of probes coming through, Robo Facility and the battery. 2 batteries, Simulator coming up, probes coming over as well. Dark Shrine will build on the third base location. It's going to be seeing Proxy Dark Shrine from MaxPax. Wow, what a place to build it. It could be brilliant if your opponent doesn't have detection ready. Stalk's going to get there. Phoenix will get turned around. Phoenix move into the main again, +1 attack coming through. Twilight Council, a couple of gates coming up. The Dark Shrine about to finish. Next is coming through as well, as we do see the couple of Adepts are going to move around. Stalker blinking up after those Adepts. I'm just going to get underneath. Phoenix going to get chased around. I'm actually going to lose the Phoenix as well. MaxPax now with Blink is obviously going to be very mobile and able to do a lot. But prioritizing Immortals off the Robo facility, which means that the DT is just going to add a ton of damage to this. Now you have to start getting an Observer out. I mean, you'll get an Obs out, you'll deal with this DT before you lose much, but it is still damage being done. There's battery energy being drained. Oh, we're going to lose the Pylons, and now we do not get the Observer out. Oh my goodness, now we actually are going to see MaxPax able to just stand here and leave that DT in to do some work. That's crazy. As obviously the stasis wards here giving him a safe haven to fall back to. DT will slink up into the main base as well, which should pull a little bit of defense out of position as well by the time when the Observer gets there. That lets the Stalkers keep poking effectively. And the DT showing up as tries to figure out what to do. Gonna get turned around immediately. Like I say, DT in the main gonna take some attention at least. Two Zards, 4 gateways, charge coming up, sentry on the way. +1 attack and blink continue to come through here on the side of Hero. Just going to see our Stalkers of MaxPax continuing down at the bottom. Blink and +1 continue to produce through. So Hero's going to have his own blink. He's going to have +1 over his opponent as well. Can MaxPax withstand that, or is that going to be a little bit too much of a problem? Good questions. Gonna step through, a couple of Phoenix get turned around. Stasis catches, a few Stalkers get caught, the Phoenix will go down, the Immortal will continue to fire. We got that Immortal caught as well, and we just have a couple of Zealots continue to try and get through there. A couple of those Stalkers going down already. The Stalkers still stepping up. Continue to take damage. The Observer goes down. MaxPax ends at what? 53 workers ahead to 42. Army supplies looking good. There's 2 Immortals here from Hero, which might be the biggest concern. As we start to get Zealots into the front lines and they're going to tank them, those Immortals become a little bit less of a factor. And we're going to start killing them right now as well. We blink across. Zealots are still taking damage. It's a nice blink, actually. Does a good job of what it's meant to do, which is just to finish off an Immortal while you've got Zealots there to tank. That works wonderfully, as the Stasis Ward is going to get cancelled as well. We come up this ramp here as Hero, pushing into this position. Is it enough? I really don't think so. Without the Zealots to get in front, the Zealots just do so much. I do not care about that +1 upgrade as he kills the Prism as well, so no micro potential anymore. Goodbye, Immortal. And hello, Immortal of MaxPax, as that joins the fray, and these Stalkers try and blink away, but MaxPax will chase aggressively. And from 0-2 down, MaxPax will complete the turnaround, winning 3 games in a row. And is going to take it 3-2 after Hero just loses all momentum and all hope in this PvP. After the first couple of games, MaxPax just does not let him back into it again. Not let him back into it again. GG's, and that sends MaxPax to the upper bracket semifinals to play against Beyond. And it drops Hero down to play against Solar, which we'll be seeing later today, as well as our final series. So that'll be coming up later today as our final matchup, as mentioned. And yeah, right now we are going to be looking towards the matchup between Beyond and MaxPax. So Beyond MaxPax TVP in the upper bracket semifinals. I'm going to take a quick little break here, guys. When we come back, it's that TVP, followed by the winner versus CLEM, potential for MaxPax CLEM upper bracket final still. And then we know also our last series today now will be Solar versus Hero taking place in that lower bracket. And that is where the day will come to a close in a few series time. So a little break, we'll come back. We've got 3 more best of 5 still coming your way today here in the final weekend of the OSC Championship 12. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for a little bit of patience during the break. Appreciate it as always. If you guys are enjoying the stream, once again, do consider supporting the channel by following, liking, and subscribing. Helps us out a whole bunch. And we're trying to get that Twitch sub count a little bit back towards 700 again as well. So if you would like to help us out with that, check your primes, check all the rest. I really appreciate it. We're going to go into our second half of the action now. Anyway, thank you so much, Atuom, for the 9-month resub on the Prime. Let's get into this best of 5 then between Gun and MaxPax. Get this underway. Come here, Lenny. There we go. Alright, let's jump into a donation as well. Is that going to show up on the screen too? No. Let me get do the intros, and then we can shout that out. I just need to open the right thing over on the other page. As we get into this best of 5, in the top left-hand corner, we're going to have our red Terran player. This from the Shopify Rebellion is Björn. And in the bottom right, our blue Protoss with the reverse sweep in the previous round. It is MaxPax. Thank you so much. Manifix on the £8 donation says, thanks so much, Wardy. Thank you so much for your donation. Thank you for supporting the stream and being very generous with it. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good MaxPax. Fun series, I think. Hard not to be on the kind of we favor MaxPax side of life right now, I think. And he really does excel in this PvT. He's so freaking good at it. As our cyber scroll comes about, and just follow this probe. Ben did build his initial racks out on the map. So MaxPax just scouting around, trying to pick up that info, trying to know exactly what he is up to at any point here. That probe calls in. I'm going to go after that SCV. The Reaper's going to show up after that probe as well. Probe goes down, and now we have ourselves the little bit of motion here from Björn. He steps up. With this barracks, bringing it back home, going to get a reactor on the go. Kind of funny with this extended map, but we've not seen a lot of Neon Violet Square. A lot of people preferring to play even the older maps like a Romanticide or Resvan have been pretty heavily played. Not going to get Neon Violet here for the opening game of this upper bracket semi. Let's just see the Adept going to wiggle its way through some of those squares and head itself towards the upper left-hand side. Right about to finish on the racks. CC gets delayed, so the Adept actually going to be pretty successful here as we'll see our Cyclone popping out. We'll be able to get the Adept, but actually lose an SCV as well. And like I said, delay on the CC is a pretty serious factor as our Blink continues through. The Warp Gate comes up. We have our Cyclone going to gather up down the low ground here. I guess CV comes across and is going to start building up on the CC again. And a third base building on location. So Björn being a little bit greedy here after the opening. That's going to be the plan for the moment, it seems. Here's the Cyclone Gather again. Blink halfway done. Robo Facility about to finish up as well. The Adept of MaxPax goes to the upper left-hand side. Cyclone locks on. He's going to get rid of that Adept. Marine's going to be able to join in. As the few Stalkers will step through, heading towards the upper left-hand side. He's going to get that blink about to finish from MaxPax, so he will have the ability to start putting on some of this pressure. And as we step towards the upper left, as mentioned, and away we go. More Stalkers warp in. We've seen the units pressing up, gonna get into the natural. So immediately for the siege tank, we get that straight away. Marine goes down. Bjorn just says GG as he loses the tank instantly. No messing around from Bjorn. He just gets out of this game. MaxPax is gonna take the opening map of this series. I mean, to be fair, Bjorn has nothing here that's gonna fight back against those Stalkers, so it probably is just going to be over, but like I say, no time wasted in just getting the hell out of there. Well, bit of a funky one from Bjorn, as we are going to get into ley lines for map number 2 here. Get this hosted up and away. And kick this into play. Alright, straight into ley lines for map number 2. Looked like a bit early. Yeah, I mean, honestly though, like, there's a lot of Stalkers and Bjorn has like a Cyclone and like 4 Marines. I actually don't know if it was super, I mean, equal SCVs and stuff. I mean, I honestly feel in 10 seconds it looks a lot worse for Bjorn than it was with the point left, so... MaxPax is so good in this matchup as well that if you give him like the tiniest of advantages, he's just gonna run with it, you know? And if you don't have any defense up, it's a nigh on impossible hold, right? So I actually don't hate the GG time, and I think it's fine. It's also just game number 1. Bottom left hand side, our red Terran play here is Bjorn, our Upper Fire Rebellion Terran. To a rough start is in the top right upper game. MaxPax gets the blink in for GG's. Get going in game number 2. Ben's had a lot of tough matches lately in TVP. I feel like he doesn't enjoy this matchup at the moment. He's had a lot of games which just end at the sibling at silly situations. Hey, what's up? Berry BP Festival, 31-month resub on the Prime, thank you. And thank you, Danny the Veteran, 31-month resub as well. Coming in. Good afternoon to you as well. Thank you so much, appreciate it. CC comes down. Let's gonna see how Pro OSC patrolling about a little bit. Cybercall coming through next on the way. Bjorn's gonna get a tech lab going on this barracks, so he's gonna go for a Marauder concussive shell opening. That comes about again, concussive shells, Marauder coming through. David is just going to wander across, concussive shells done. The Marauder's available. This Adept. Is it going to just die? Because the Marauder's concussive shellets. I guess it, I mean, commit to the shade and Beyond's going to turn around and deal with this as it actually gets into the main base. So let's turn right around and a couple of SCVs will chase. The Marauders and the Marine coming about. One SCV lost. Adept shades away. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to defend that one. Don't get me wrong, you're behind because you just built Marauders and you've gone forwards, backwards, and forwards again for no reason. But, I don't think you should ever believe in a game just because of that. Alright, MaxPax on a 2-0 lead. A thriller of a semi-final upper bracket match so far. In about 3 coming up as we go into Gresvan. Down 0-2. In the top left-hand side of the map is going to be our red turn player whose mental is not quite in check, if I'm going to be honest. This is Gun. And in the bottom right, our blue Protoss player, we have MaxPax. So, just to reiterate what happened in the last game, so Gun goes for a little bit of a pressure-based opening. A few Marauders, custom shots. It's pretty expensive. It costs you 100 gas that you would not typically be building or spending that kind of stage of the game. If you have a tech lab that you don't typically want that early, you usually want marine production. And I think the problem that Bjorn has is that basically, as MaxPax sees it, he then will just have a battery up, and because Bjorn pulls back, he doesn't have any time. You know? He doesn't have any time to actually, you know, go and deny a battery. It's like, it's just going to be up already. So I think his mistake was, I think specifically the fact he didn't raise the depot to block the Adept, because if he just blocks the Adept to the front, the units catch it more quickly, it probably goes down, and then Bjorn is okay going across the map. He can probably put some pressure on. The problem is he pulls all the way into his main, loses mining time, and then and then the Adept gets away again anyways because he doesn't raise the depots again. So then you've gained nothing and invested stuff. Now, like I say, it's early in the game, and I don't think you should have a leave off of that. But it's not a good situation. Your little bit of a light pressure build has been completely disrupted. You've lost workers, you've lost economy. Like, you're the one taking damage when you're the one meant to be, you know, committing money into applying pressure, right? So don't get me wrong, it's an early GG. But there is a reason that Bjorn looks at this game and says, yeah, this is not good for me, I'm out. Like, let's go to the next. Like, there is a reason you can say that. This is not just like, oh, he lost one SCV, it's over. There's a lot more to it than that. But it should never still realistically be a GG at that moment in time. You should always try, you know, always hope for mistakes or play to make mistakes for your opponent, etc. Obviously, that just didn't happen. Jalea, thank you so much for the 46-month resub. GLHF, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Other brothers moving about, Twilight Council coming through. Again, Gateway coming up, the starboard coming in right now. Starboard just building up a medevac, a few Marines coming over. You know, just gonna be seeing units heading down the right-hand side. Ups come over, Helly and the Reapers get turned around. Raven coming up, just going to be seeing the medevac coming over as well. Just going to be seeing a couple of adepts coming around. Purple Facility, Blink, War Prism, all continuing to come through. Medevac comes about. Gonna fire. There's quite a few probes going down. Not a bad start. Beyond gets 4 and 1 kill, I believe. So 5 workers going down to begin with. 6 actually in total. So not a bad start at all. Beyond off to you know, actually being the player to do something is not what we've seen in this series up until now. So MaxPax brings the prism across the map, and we'll see if that can find some damage in the next few moments. Prism Stalkers gathering up. And we get ready to try and apply some pressure here, so let's see what we can do as we actually blink straight in, looking for that siege tank. Jump into the bunker, the tank goes down. Raven dropping an order turret to try and help out as well. Folks keep coming through and jumping into the main base to continue trying to find some more damage. Marines, tank, Raven, all coming through. The Stalkers will unload. Nexus and the Assimilator coming up as well. Prism load, Stalkers blinking into the main base. Raven, Marines, medevac and tanks setting up. We are going to see those Stalkers get turned away. So it's going to be a shutdown for the moment. And 7+1 still coming over. Stalkers coming through. And again, we have a Stimpack, a Combat Shield, that +1 coming up. Forging Gates getting going. The Stalker trying to hit that Raven, which is not going to be allowed across the map, as MaxPax obviously on match point here. Stalkers gather up again. Robobay coming in. Gates building. Charge coming up. Stalkers still settling out the front against Impact Combat and +1 coming through. The medevac on the bottom from Bjorn. Gonna get across the other side. At the same time, MaxPax is still thinking of if more can be done over here. This drop gets into the main. There is nothing around from MaxPax. He'll have to do a full recall. We'll lose a few probes. Stalkers will shoot. The medevac will go down. Yeah, I'm going to kill it, but it's going to cost him a few more Stalkers as well. So Bjorn gets a good trade here. The recall was really not good. Like I say, we get the medevac, but we have so many bio units still remaining. So many more probes going down again. They have to pull away. They pull back in too soon. We're going to lose even more workers. Jeez. Really pretty ugly set of events here. Well, that is going to be pretty brutal as now our units continue to gather up. Bjorn sitting on the natural. You already pushed him with tanks and bio units, and the third base is going to be in some trouble for MaxPax. And Bjorn is looking to fight back in this series, looking to get a game 3. Let's see that Zell going down. A couple of Stalkers will fall. The Immortal will drop. And MaxPax will indeed say, GG, time to get out of here. And Bjorn is going to have the third map of this series, so we're not going to go down without a fight in the third game. It was not much of a fight in games 1 and 2, but yeah, third game changes a little bit. Alright, we're gonna get ready for game number 4, guys. The series continues through. Let's go into game number 4 and see if Björn can continue a comeback. Let's jump in. See what happens. In the bottom left, our red Terran player. And a map after it felt like he was just not really mentally checked into this series. This is going to be Björn in the bottom left corner. Top right, our blue Protoss, MaxPax. Well, forward barracks is seen immediately by the probe. We're gonna nibble SCV, still building the barracks as well, so it's not exactly ideal to say the least. SCV coming through. Let's just have the next coming about. Cybercore coming in. The factory starts in the main. And obviously again, the barracks finished up is one good thing. We do have our probe moving about a little bit as well. Yeah, probe moving up. Factory is about to complete, so we're just going to get that rounded out. Probe nibbling. Again, Twilight Council builder from MaxPax in the main. We do have the Adept going to continue to shade forward. CC building up as well. And we do have the Adept coming bound to the sides. Reaper moving out. And the Reaper here will get a kill, so probe will fall. And now the two Reapers together are going to take on this Adept, it would seem. Depots, we do. Where's the SCV? There's good damage done. Like I say, the Adept is not getting out of here, but that was a mismicro on the Reaper. You shouldn't lose a Reaper to an Adept. That's very, I mean, they shouldn't happen, right? Like when you're talking about Björn, like, these mismicros shouldn't happen because we know Björn is just better than that. And he is definitely not playing his 100% right now, it feels like. His Reaper and the Hellion there. He's going to come through. The Blink coming in. The Wolf Gate coming up. Robo Facility coming online as well. I'm just going to be having our units getting into the center. Okay, a couple of Reapers and the Hellions going to come around. We do have the attempted breakthrough, and we're actually going to kill a Stalker. Now we're going to be able to get into the main. Okay, those probes taking some damage. We do have, I mean, honestly, some pretty decent damage here altogether from Björn. Absolutely delivering for the moment. Hellion goes down. The Stalkers come back across. Just going to drop this bunker in now from Björn as well. A siege tank of Björn will step over toward the natural. And we'll get this tank just positioned on the CC. Stalkers of MaxPax will make their way down to the bottom. So MaxPax's chance now to try and come and deal some damage here. See what we can do. We'll shoot and get some damage. We are going to be seeing the Stalker still gathering for a moment. So he's going to go for it. They get rid of the siege tank already. It's going to be a good first catch. Now turning our attention to this bunker. And the Stalkers gather up. The Stimpack and Combat Shield coming through. Siege tank, Marauders, Marines all coming online. Co-op Prism is going to also make its way around that left-hand side. The Stalkers will see what else we can get to. Prism will unload on the corner right now and see if there is an opportunity to harass in the main base. We blink behind the mineral line. MaxPax is always so good at just finding these opportunities. It's 4 SCVs, and they cost him nothing. Like maybe some tiny amount of shields on the Stalkers that are going to regen. Very tough as our Stalkers continue to gather up. Still got ourselves the probes moving around. The Nexus starts on the 3rd base. So MaxPax will take that while he holds the map control with that Prism player, which finds one more SCV here on the corner. Prism gets to the front, will unload. Bunker and the siege tank sitting in the natural, and again, Stimpack conquest of shells on the way up. Charge is building on the Twilight. We have 5 gates and a forge coming through as well as our Stalkers unload. We'll load it back up a couple of those Stalkers. The SCVs are taking some hits. Bio moving out onto the map. The Stalkers have to keep pulling back, and pretty big push from beyond then. Tanks are going to be pulled. SCVs are going to be a part of it. So we start to go across to the top with this entire force right here. A couple of Marines are going to get shaved off as well. Again, our Bio continues to push. Stalkers getting chased. We are going to see these Stalkers recalling. So they recall back along. The Bio going to set up. Tank is going to be thinking about what it wants to do. So first tank will siege. Second tank. Third tank. We're looking to siege right now as we start to hit the gateways. I like the position of those tanks. Obviously, the problem is stepping far enough forward that the tanks can stay involved without abandoning the tanks to kind of be killed by the counterattack. So this is going to get that. I mean, those tanks will go down. The rest of the Bio is still pushing through. I mean, we're obviously overrunning the natural, but for how long? Zelts are going to start clearing up. The Stalker's going to come back in from the other side. And this push from Bjorn, very committed. He's less than 30 SCVs now, having brought some across the map, and he does not have enough to hang on in there. MaxPax is going to clean up, and he is going to move on through to set a date in the not the grand final, the upper bracket final with CLEM. So it is going to be MaxPax, CLEM at upper bracket finals. Bjorn will fall to the lower bracket. We actually know already that Bjorn will be playing against Skillus. So Bjorn will play Skillus in that lower bracket. That will not be today, that will be tomorrow in the top 6 final day. So yeah, we are... Let's just show it on screen. Let's bring the bracket online and just show you guys where we sit after another match in the OSC Championship, because we have now got our upper bracket fully figured out. Thank you so much, Terranzoid, for the €10 donation on the super chat on the YouTube. So many non-PvPs. I know, it's lovely, isn't it? We've done 2 PvPs a day. We're out there, got the PvPs out the way now. So this is where our bracket is at, as Bjorn will fall to MaxPax, which means that this is MaxPax CLEM here in the upper bracket final. And then Bjorn drops down to play Skillus down here. And then obviously Dark will play the winner of Hero and Solar. So what we have left today is that upper bracket final of CLEM versus MaxPax, and then the lower bracket round here between Hero and Solar. Those are the next 2 matches still coming up. Those are going to be what we get into in the next few minutes. So, upper bracket final is going to be what we head into next. CLEM versus MaxPax TVP best of 5. That doesn't promise to be good. I don't know what does. So CLEM MaxPax best of 5 coming up right here. I'm pretty sure that's the order we're doing, right? We're not going to drop down to the lower bracket just yet. I think it makes sense. Stay in the winner bracket, do the finals, and go from there. Yes, perfect. Alright, that's what we're doing. 2 best of 5s to go. Let's, Let's get this rolling. All right, let's run the ads, and then we'll get ready for this best of 5 MaxPax CLEM series. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm just gonna put the break stream for 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back. Alrighty, guys. Sorry for that. We got about 30 seconds, and we're going to kick off into MaxPax versus CLEM, the upper bracket final. Oh! Alright, so we're going to get this ready to rumble. Get this ready to start. Alright, let's go into this TVP series. Let's do it. Let's get into it. Alright, we are going to go into Whispers of Gold, guys. So, game number 1 of this series. We are here in the upper bracket finals of the OSC Championship 12. It's a best of 5 to see who advances to the grand finals, and will get a slight benefit from coming for the winner bracket tomorrow when we play that grand final out. Who will get there, and who will have to slog through some lower bracket matches instead in the top left-hand side. This is going to be our Blue Terran from Team Liquid. It's CLEM taking on the Red Protoss. It is going to be MaxPax, a classic series here in the OSC Championship. MaxPax and CLEM Both previous winners of the OSC Championship, MaxPax in 2022 and CLEM in 2020. Both looking to be the second person to get a two-time OSC Championship. Solar has already won it twice in 2015 and 2018 or so. Let's see which of these players will give themselves a good shot at it. It's very possible these two meet again in the grand finals as well, so if that happens, then obviously going from the winner bracket gives you a bit of an advantage too, which is nice. Let's see what we get. Last time I casted CLEM against MaxPax, there was a bit of a stomping in that Leo League Cup finals. But we all know that any series between CLEM and MaxPax has really the potential to go any which way on any given day. Last time MaxPax was very good with the Stalkers and the early aggression. CLEM clearly was not quite feeling it. I do not think today will be a stomp, as we saw last time I casted these guys, so let's see what we are going to have happen. So the probe comes down to the bottom right side. Going to have the probe into the natural. Nexus coming up. We get going. Power cancel drops down, so we are going to see MaxPax opening as we expect him to into that blink. Adept moves over. Maybe we're going to be there. Adept will take a couple of shots. We are going to be seeing our starport coming online. The reactor coming through. Stalker and a warp gate coming up as the Marine and the SCV are going to go and not kill the Adept. That's a 2 HP Adept get now. It's had 3 kills, so it's been a very successful Adept early on. 2 Adepts going to come shading through, and they're going to keep up the pressure. Obviously, one of them is low HP, though. I'm not sure we can really commit to any shade in here. I think that would be kind of asking for trouble. Something you don't really want to be doing right now as the Hellion stares down that Adept, and the Adept will try and shade forward into this position. So, setting up, a few Marines and the Hellion going to come across. That Adept is so low, by the way. Hellion, if it chases it, though, is going to get jumped on by the other Adept, is going to be the problem, so I think we've got to be very cautious of that. See now Hellion's still coming through. Raven coming up, Siege Tank and Marines on the way out. Nexus building from MaxPax on the 3rd base. Hellion starts to move forward. A couple of Adepts of MaxPax will step up into the natural expansion, so in they go. And Blink is about to finish up from MaxPax, so we'll get that Blink completed. The Hellion on the map is still taking some map control. A couple of Adepts are going to come over. And 2 barracks coming up. The CC is on the way in, so we are going to get to a 3rd base here. And CLEM is already surviving through this early stage of the game, which is never necessarily a guarantee when you're playing against MaxPax. Starport flicks on over. Moving to the side, the Marines are going to come gather up onto the natural. Engineering bay building in the natural as well. The Adept coming forward. The Stalkers are stepping through. On the bottom side, the Hellion is going to get turned around by a Stalker as well. So that Stalker is able to push the Hellions the other direction. Sets up the Stalkers blink into the main base. And charging +1, both coming through. A couple additional gates coming about. We got ourselves another gateway coming online here as well. Still got the Raven of CLEM ready to make a move down that right-hand side and try and get into position. And the Stalkers are going to begin to trade with a couple of Marines just up on that high ground. 2-3 workers going down to the order turret is a nice bit of harassment for Clem at this stage of the game. So able to get some workers with that Raven and just starting to chip through. Starport lift's going to go peel away to the reactor now against Impact, Combat Shield, and +1 all continuing to come up. Purple Bay is halfway completed, and again the couple sentries and a Zealot hanging about on the third base. Stalkers gathering, the Adept moving over. Gateway will be building for MaxPax. Hobbs will just sit there and really keep a very good eye on things right now. The Marine's going to be spotted as the Hellion comes underneath the prism. As Clem gets ready to move out into his third base, MaxPax is already setting up to be aggressive. I mean, the Stalker's already here just keeping an eye on things. We start to bring more units across the map as well. Zealots are warping into the first Colossus is going to be popping shortly. Nice job getting rid of a Widow Mine. Obviously, get rid of these Widow Mines, you're going to make it more powerful for the Zealots if you do want to charge into and commit into this fight on this third base. But yeah, knocking down the Widow Mines will help you a lot with that. As the Observer gets knocked down, the Marines are going to find that kill. So we've got a refinery, another SCV gets grabbed, another Stalker takes a shot by units. The Clem still stepping through. 2 Stalkers go down. Huge. Absolutely huge. As the Prism unloads into the Natural at the same time. So this is where Clem now has to multi-prong and split up his units. Make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed in one single position. That's exactly what MaxPax would be hoping to find in this scenario. Zealots stalks the Colossus gather up. The Marines turn the Prism away. Force fields will be dropped once again. And again, Colossus, sent them a lance, +2 attack, all coming online right now. Upgrades that should push MaxPax into a bit more comfortable of a position here, as he's been unable to break Clem on the 3 bases so far. And hence this game gets to play out. It's great to see. Go blinking around. He's going to be seeing a Colossus firing through the bayou and taking some damage. The tank getting hit. The Zealots will continue across as well. Apparently that's just going to be an attack to end it. Wow. Clem just gets out of there. Take a quick rewind and just watch this fight. A little more close. I didn't think Clem was going to jump out just like that. So the tank's here. He pulls back. Army supply from Clem's a little down already. He has a few units just over here. Zealot's hitting his natural. He has a lot of units in the main base. The units in the main base trying to deal with the Prism, he's just out of position completely. Yeah, the units in the main just, like, that's 20+ supply. And without that being here, it's just so difficult to fight this, and that's going to mean that MaxPax is going to claim the first game of this series. So just like that, in a moment's notice, Snap and Clem is out. MaxPax is going to be up a game. So MaxPax takes the first map as we get ready for game number 2 here. Between MaxPax and Clem in just a few moments. We'll get this ready to go. Set up and kick this off on ley lines. Just a few moments, guys, to kick this off. Alright, let's, I think hop on in. Alright, ley lines for game number 2. Can Clem bounce back? Will MaxPax take a lead? Did they play since that Leo League Cup? Even if MaxPax is on a bit of a winning streak against Clem at the moment. They played in the Monday Night Weeklies number 2. Twice, actually. Oh my god, they played 3 best of 3s against each other the same night. CLEM won 2, and then MaxPax won the last one. It's funny. Okay, so they do continue to trade maps here recently. Let's head in game. As we do have in the bottom left-hand side, taking the 1-0 lead. Going into ley lines now for map number 2. The blue Protoss player is MaxPax. Up against our red Terran in the top right corner of the map from Team Liquid, we have got CLEM. Thanks so much for playing Royal Match. Appreciate it. Anonymous player. Reaching level 20. Still a whole week to play Royal Match and support the stream, guys. Exclamation mark Royal in the Twitch chat. Download on your phone. We heavily appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Say a big appreciation. Probe nibbling. SCV gonna take some nibbles right now. Well, SCV's coming about. It's gonna be some probe moving over. Again, got a Reaper and Factor coming through. SCV on the way. Cybercore coming up as well. Let's see that Nexus building on the natural, and again the probe going down. So the probe falls. CLEM cleans that up, and we'll have his factory finishing soon. We're gonna have a second Reaper already, so CLEM will have a little bit of early unit production to work with here. As that Reaper will patrol back and forth a little bit. This Reaper just very much so chilling as Reaper number 2 joins up. We'll see if they can go cause trouble or if they just want to meet this Adept and try and deal with that early on. I feel like that is definitely a concept right now, as we do see those couple of Reapers beginning to hit this Adept already. Adept taking a few shots, going to commit on the Shade, and unfortunately just goes down, hitting only the Reapers, which will regenerate HP over time. And now CLEM can go across the map and try to do something himself here on ley lines. Heading down to that bottom left-hand corner. Twilight Council building from MaxPax in the main base, so once more we see him heading to his blink play. So you know what this follow-up will be, as CLEM will see a full wall off, and he will just start to chip through one of these structures here. It's going to be the Robo Facility, and we should be able to get a Stalker out. Actually, Stalker can already reach this, apparently, after the Reaper repositions. Robo is, genuinely taking some damage. Now the Stalker tries to come through. We're going to jump straight onto the Stalker. CLEM is going to be through. Probes are going to pull as MaxPax recognizes the threat here. Probes taking a lot of damage quickly. The Hellions are putting in work. 4 workers going down. How much more can we get? Going up to 6. We're going to now aim for the Stalker, which is probably the last piece of guaranteed damage you get right now. And then you probably get one more probe. Oh, it's low HP, but it doesn't go down. That is not going to be one more worker. But 6 workers and a Stalker. Disruption at the front. And CLEM does a lot with what was just a handful of Reapers and Hellions. That does mean he was building those instead of other units, as we now have the Cyclone and Marines building up on the side of CLEM. We'll see if those are going to be enough defensively as these first units come across the map, but also remember that as these units come across the map, it's also not quite, go time just yet. Blink is a long way off, so as long as Blink isn't ready, it should be a big factor. First two Stalkers, you need to be careful, you don't actually want to lose those. The Cyclone very nearly went down, but CLEM Micro is fantastic. 1 HP Cyclone gets a lock on. Now he's just going to lift up and do a full retreat with the medevac. We should go back, we should just repair. I think that would make more sense. Stalkers come over, ready to move into the main. Let's jump in. Rax takes a couple shots. Again, the blink is going to continue for a moment or so. Still just seeing the starport coming through. And again, a couple more Marines coming out as well. So just getting all of that going. The Stalkers and the Prism gathering. Engineering Bay coming through. The Siege Tank is on the way. Observer coming about as 2 more Stalkers warp in here. The next is going to be coming online. And let's see what these Stalkers can do for MaxPax over the next few moments as we try to find ways to deal some damage. Hey, what's up, France? Thank you so much for the 72-month, 6-year resub. Hi, Wardy. Let's go, Clem. Thank you so much for 6 years of support. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. +1 on charge. While Corona Boost out, we do have the Stalkers gathering. Again, Stimpack, Combat Shield +1, all of that continuing through for the moment. Let's have our medevac leading out on the top side. Just going to be seeing a few Marines coming out of that medevac. And away they go. Medevac all the way around that top side for the moment. Again, +1, combat shield, Stimpack coming through. We've got ourselves medevacs, marines, and marauders coming about in return. So we're going to try and greet this. Clem is ready to move out across the other side. Let's see. What we can do is just push down, pushing across. It's a very scary push timing. MaxPax to deal with all those tanks. It's going to be Marines to distract at the same time. It's just going to come straight over. So it's going to come across. The Marines just going to get jumped on. So it's on the other side. Going to get a couple Marines as well. It's just going to be able to grab those Marines unloading in that back left now. Stalkers blink underneath. The medevac takes damage. Fire will step through. We see a battery going down. A couple of Zealots are still showing up as well. This is going to be GG. Clem just absolutely demolishes him. The drop, plus the push being very powerful, and we get tied up just like that. 1-1 apiece. And we are having a series right now between these two top-tier players. They always deliver against each other, and right now, it's been a couple of fast games, but going back and forth at the very least. Yeah, all we need now is a couple maybe longer games getting mixed in here as well, huh? Makes a couple longer games in, we should be good to go, right? Yeah. Thank you so much, Idle SCV, gifting a sub out to DJ Yaku. Thank you very much for the gifted sub as we set up into Game 3 of CLEM versus MaxPax. Waiting for one. Oh, everyone's here, never mind. I was waiting for someone who's already in the lobby. Let's go straight into this game number 3 then. Let's do it. In the top right-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the blue Protoss. This is MaxPax. He gets himself all tied up in this series as he lost to that push. As Clem brings it back a game, and we are on track. Like I say, I have a great series between these two in the upper bracket finals. Gonna start with the probe coming down the right side. We're going through, relaxing the SCV, coming about. Get settled into this. Just going to be seeing a couple of SCVs going to turn around onto that probes, get a bit more damage done. And yeah, Reaper going to be on its way. The probe just being as annoying as possible, really trying to grab an SCV if possible for now. Probe leaves, but obviously Clem is going to be on the map very shortly. The Reaper is on the move, and we'll see if Clem can find much with this here on Amygdala for Game 3 of the series. Comes through. We're just gonna have ourselves the Adept coming down at the bottom. Again, Twilight Council, Stalker building, couple probes on the way. Have ourselves the Reaper moving about, and see what it can do as it steps on in. We're gonna start nibbling at some of those workers. So a few probes begin to drop here, just initially. Adept will shoot. Reaper takes some damage. We do have the Cyclone and a couple of Marines on the way up right now. Clem gonna have that CC on the high ground. The Adept just gonna hit the depot. That's pretty much all you can do when the CC is high ground. The Terran chooses to play safely. There's not gonna be much breakout potential there as the Reaper here from Clem continues out across the map, seeing where we can go. Gates coming up, Robo Facility building, Blink, Warp Gates all coming online. The Adept is going to go chasing down the Reaper over to the left side as well. The Reaper is going to get hunted for a little bit. Get chased all the way down. Two more gates coming online, Robo Facility coming up. And Blink just Chrono boosting as the medevac of Marines will get boosting forward. We do have the Reaper and the Cyclone able to get rid of the Adept, and we do have Stalker showing up to get rid of the Reaper, but the Marines can threaten the main base, and then the Cyclone can threaten the low ground. One Stalker in the main ain't going to do it. It's actually pulling to the low ground as well to try and help defensively, and so Clem is going to look to start doing some damage. A couple of workers already going down. 3 workers drop immediately. MaxPax does not have blinks. That Stalker cannot blink away. It has to just pull away in the old-fashioned way. Taking some steps, but there's 1 Stalker dead. There's 2 Stalkers dead. Plus 7 probes go down. The Cyclone finally killed off in the main and the natural as well. So just trying to blink underneath. The medevac will escape. Again, the game should settle now because I don't think this medevac gets back in with only 2 Marines. Damage done early from Clem. Clem putting himself in a great position initially. As this Prism continues to fly across, heading to the bottom left-hand side. Stalker blinks over. Bunker about to finish up on the natural. Stalker will step up, and SCV goes down. We blink over the bunker. Marine will fall. Second Marine falls. SCVs will continue to gather. And just have the Stalker still settling here as one more SCV takes a shot. We actually blink forward for more SCVs. It's going to be another Stalker getting shot at, and Clem is going to shut this down so far. I mean, the fact we already lose a Stalker is not exactly ideal for MaxPax. That's going to be troublesome. Every unit counts for a lot right now, and MaxPax is going to be in, I really think, a little bit of trouble already. Prism on the move. Hey Ras, thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. And Prism comes across, we lift up into it, and we are going to evacuate the Viking there to chase this down. Observer moving about. Mobs coming around. Again, the medevac up to the top. Marines hanging around here. Stimpack Combat Shield and +1 coming through as well. Medevac chilling on the top side. The Stalkers and the Prism hanging about. Gonna hang around again. The medevac coming up to the top. The Observer gonna sit there. And 2 Stalkers in the Zealot gathering up. Gates coming through. Robot Bay coming online. Stalkers in the bottom left hanging about as well. Stalkers will go. Raven gets pushed to the side. Concussive Shells, +1 attack, all coming through. Fighting on that left side, moving as well. Another tank is going to pop. Prism warps in a whole chunk of Zealots. We are going to see the tanks getting siege. A couple Stalkers getting hit already as well. A couple of those tanks will unsiege once more. The Prism going to move down to the bottom side. CLEM already setting up a pretty scary attack across the map just to gain this damage early. It's an interesting auto turret. He puts it kind of early on there, and the Zealots are going to get into the main base. Now Zealots into the natural 2 Marauders. They're going to turn those around at least. Prism should die. The auto turret's helping with the damage output. 7 SCVs fall. But these are a lot of Zealots, which obviously could really be used defensively, and right now you look at the defensive army of MaxPax, it doesn't look like a lot. So yeah, kind of, yes, you get some damage done, but at the cost of maybe possibly having even less back at home to play defense with. Now there's no Prism as well, but CLEM does not continue to push. He's kind of slowly chasing these Stalkers around, which I can't really say that I love that move. I do not think this is a position where we really want to keep on chasing around like that at all, honestly. And the Stalkers are going to recall back home. The Bioforce and the Siege Tanks are going to come across. You got a Nexus down on the 12 o'clock. Biostim's in. Nexus will take some shots. Probe goes down. Next in the pylon cancelled. Stalker's melting. Stalker's going down as well. We are going to continue to press through. So it's going to charge up the sentries, the Stalkers. Everything's stepping away right now. Pylon is going to go down. We're just going to see how our force still trying to press into this right here. Is trying to step on forwards. A little more force fields coming into place. Again, that Bioforce going to stand tight as the Colossus will just about keep it at bay for the moment. Just going to keep this back. A couple of Vikings, Marines, Marauders, +1. All continuing up here as we speak, so CLEM in a good position across the map, but nothing determined just yet as we pull back around the other day. Stalker's going to come through as we just have a Widowmine going down. This Terran force now rotating to the bottom right, so a different direction coming in now. As we're going to be seeing CLEM maintaining the lead. If you can just buy time as MaxPax, there's always going to be the chance that some of these fights might start to go your way, right? So, to an extent, that is a lot of the time what we play for. Is this base gets cancelled though, and that's going to mean you're still without a 4th base. It's going to be very, very difficult for you, very tough. It's going to be difficult throughout as the Bioforce and the tanks continue to gather back together, heading back down to the bottom left for a couple of moments. We regather here as the Vikings overhead. The Bio going to gather up. The Protoss force is moving around a couple different directions. You see a few Zealots getting warped in, and the Prism is going to go into the natural. These Zealots begin to unload. The SCVs begin to go down. SCVs are going to pull forward, repair up the bunker. Widow Mine gets burrowed as well. Both those Widow Mines going to start going off. Viking going to shoot a few shots. Prism taking damage. The Stalker's coming over. A Widow Mine connects and the Stalker goes down. MaxPax is still just struggling on the supply. You know, for any moves he makes, he's yet to really have done anything that's just been too huge right now. Marauders come through. Just gonna see those Stalkers get chased. T2 upgrade, ship weapons all coming up. Again, Vikings, Marines, and Ghosts are coming now. Widow Mines in production. Missile turret on the way. Prism of MaxPax moves through the bottom. Missile turret finishes just on time to probably kill this Prism. The warping goes off, but at least the Prism is gone, so it's going to be a one-time kind of thing you have to deal with once those Zealots are gone. This threat is just handled for the foreseeable future as CLEM moves back through the bottom side. Try to deal with the potential push in from MaxPax. Marines stimming up, chasing down the Zealots. Going to see a few of those dropping off. CLEM is going to let the Vikings start doing some of the work here against this Colossus. So be careful, a couple of Vikings starting to drop. Widow Mine going to begin to burrow up as well. Far left side, those Zealots are going to charge through. Another Widow Mine shot comes in. Widow Mines are still burrowing. Seven SCVs going down actually as the Vikings continue to get to work. 9 SCVs go down in total. It's a lot of damage done. Something from MaxPax at least. CLEM below 50 workers, but 140 army supply. Maybe DTs can mix this up a little bit as well, right? I mean, MaxPax just has to lean on any opportunity or chance that he has at the moment. DTs will, I mean, come in. Honestly, a lot of damage done. 27 SCVs have gone down. CLEM has to pull back fully to deal with this as well. And for the first time in a long time, MaxPax is going to make the supplies look even. The difference being still is that CLEM just has a massive army. And that army can still do a lot here, but, well, we know how disruptors work. A good disruptor shot and everything can change in an instant. And CLEM's a lot more committed now because he's going to struggle to mine up the resources he needs to rebuild from here. And, I mean, 34 SCVs going down is a pretty serious affair. CLEM is now all in. Now CLEM actually just has to go. From so much harassment that was dealt with very well by CLEM, this harassment just does so much. CLEM needs to just send it. I don't think there's anything you wait for right now, because any moment you wait right now is just going to give your opponent time. Disruptor shot going to force you back. You lose a siege tank to it already. DT forces the scan. Starts warping in. Another tank siege. Nope, we do have EMPs available. Going to lift some more Vikings into the sky. Good EMPs all across that army. Disruptor shots are going to start flying in. CLEM, I think, is doing well enough so far because he could land the Vikings on top of Disruptors right now, and that's not exactly going to be great for MaxPax as CLEM's Bioforce is kind of still just hanging on in there. Widow Mine shot hits a bunch of Disruptors. We're going to kill 2 more Disruptors as well. The recall on that Disruptor, does it have a shot available? No, it's on cooldown. MaxPax has to GG out. Oh my goodness, it got close simply because CLEM really has no rebuild potential, but that army had power in it, and CLEM executes the fight as required. He does not eat Disruptor shots. He cleans out the Colossus. He does what he has to win a game that was starting to actually get out of control for him. He finally puts the finishing touches in there to close up and to win out. And now it's a 2-1 lead for CLEM in this best of 5 series. He's a map away from an upper bracket win and a grand final appearance in the OSC Championship as he looks for his second OSC Championship this weekend of all time. All right. We will have MaxPax CLEM Game 4 coming up in a second, guys. We're going to be going to Ultra Love to determine whether MaxPax will make it a Game 5. We've been having a lot of Game 5 starting to come around in this tournament lately, actually. So yeah, we'll start to see if that's going to come through or what is going to be the case. Lovely. Alright, we are going to go to Ultra Love. 15 seconds, guys. 15 seconds. We'll kick this off. This is such a big Terran army, but we've seen it before. Big Terran army, couple good disruptor shots weakens it. And then just because you have the reinforcements of the Protoss, you can whittle it down. But obviously that was not allowed to happen this time. Over. Let's go to Ultra Love and see what we get in game number 4. Can Clem close out? And MaxPax fight back? Stories to be determined. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Protoss player. This is going to be MaxPax. He is down 1-2 in the series. As in the top right, our red Terran player from Team Liquid is CLEM. Yeah, I think CLEM actually played a pretty great game. He did damage early, he pressured, he denied the 4th base repeatedly, he did not take damage to the Zealots, or too much damage to the Zealots and the run-bys. He consistently cleaned out the Prisms, so the Zealot run-bys were very heavily committed. And when they cleaned it out, it took a while to set it back up. Like, these are all major ticks. These are all things you want to be doing in the game. What Clem did not do well was, I think there was a couple of moments he could have pushed into position a lot sooner onto the 4th of the Protoss later in the game. And I also think he obviously really screwed up the DTs. The DTs did so much towards the end there. I mean, getting 35 workers when your defense has been so good otherwise, that's just getting caught off guard in a scenario where we've been watching Clem all game not be caught off guard at all, right? So, pretty big factor. SCV coming across the map as we take a moment to settle into game number 4. Reaper Factory coming through. No surprises there. We'll see if he high ground CCs. Most likely he will, just for safety's sake. I don't think Clem is in the business of taking risks. Unless he feels like the Reaper and Factory together will give him enough map control, it won't matter. The Engineering Bay blocked, which means that the Nexus has to come down onto the 3rd location instead. It's just going to take that out of position to start out with. And there is our Reaper popping, and straight into the reactor, and indeed the high ground CC, like I say, just doesn't want to deal with any shenanigans, doesn't want to have to use these units or be forced to use these units super defensively all of the time. That is the play we're working for right now. Reshoots, probe goes down. We're just going to grab the probe, but definitely going to shade after said Reaper probes. And 2 probes going down is pretty neat. Oh, thank you so much for reaching level 20 and the sponsor. Appreciate it. For some reason it's not showing your name, but if I see it, I will shout you out again. Thank you so much. Thank you. As our Stalker comes across the map, we get it moving. Marine's gonna fight, wouldn't mind. He's gonna get burrowed. Helene and the wouldn't mind continue to come through. Probe facility coming about, blink on the way through. We just have ourselves the medevac coming down the right side. As the Stalker will chase this medevac down. A couple of Marines in a siege tank building from CLEM. As the tech lab comes through, SCV still producing. And the medevac escapes up the right. Again, blink coming through from MaxPax. Prism gateway on the way. Stalker coming online. Do you have the Raven just coming on the main base? And again, the few Marines continue to come up. Everyone will finish momentarily. Again, the blink is about to complete on the Twilight Council, so we'll just bring that through as well. Still got the medevac boosting around. 5 minutes in so far. A couple of Widow Mines and a Helene here and there. This Widow Mine obviously looking to get some work done. MaxPax setting up with his blink completed to be aggressive as he warps in the 3 Stalkers. Has his next coming up behind it. Click straight up. I mean, gets a tank, takes a couple losses. Next tank sieges. It will leave the main base a little bit exposed. Dropping the main is going to come in now. Let's see what Clem's Widow Mine can do. As the Stalker's playing back, Widow Mine burrows. MaxPax is paying attention, is able to pull away, but the warp in is going to cost him a Stalker. And Clem is going to be able to save that medevac as well. So that medevac gets out. Clem has, for the moment, defended his main without too many issues. Up. MaxPax only up 2-3 SCVs, or workers, which is not ideal. I like where Clem is at, actually, is... Clem actually is going to see what's going on here. Why has he got SCVs across the map? Mistake from Clem. Accidental SCV rush. 6 minutes into the game. Yeah, that's something you don't see every day. No explanation for that one. He pulled the boys, but he forgot to pull the rest of the boys and also the army, so... Yeah. A little bit of a mistake. I finally feel like I can play like Clem. Bro, your SCVs would not have lasted as long as Clem's did. He threatened a probe. He forced a couple probes off mineral lines. Like, he had MaxPax worried, man. He was warping in defensively. I think MaxPax was thinking, do I need to, you know, drop a super battery here? I know that doesn't even exist anymore, but that's what he had to go to try and find an answer. Just the micro. Alright. We get into this game number 4. And MaxPax being defended against Clem is... We're going to try and find these probes again. So much lost mining time, right? One of the main things here is we'll just put the targets for a couple moments, but mine will fire. But yeah, it's one of those situations now where a lot of the early pressure is going to pass by, and we're going to get to see what happens in this mid-game. Clem is still yet to start a 3rd CC, so he's going to have some pressure off of these 3 racks at the very least, you would imagine. If he doesn't get something done off 3 racks, he will probably already be a little bit concerned. Five additional gateways and +1, but also now the Robo Bay as MaxPax makes his decisions for the tech tree going forward from this position. Combat shield, concussive shells, +1 attack coming up as well. We do now see a 3rd CC coming down on the low ground, so we'll get that 3rd command center starting up as well as everything else. And the Stalker's still gathering. The prison warping in a couple of additional zealots. Load goes up, and the medevacs will make their way around at the right-hand side. It's going to be spotted by a single Stalker. Blinks away, but Marauder should catch it. The problem now is obviously the rest of the Stalkers are coming. They have a blink available. Clem has the boost available, and he is going to get those units out alive. So a little dance between the two there, and no one really comes out victorious. I mean, Clem comes out victorious because he killed a Stalker and got away. But not in a major way. Fire steps through, a couple of Stalkers taking shots. Tank settling down as we do have our Widow Mines burrowing, the Bio Army gathering together. Gonna step through again, Widow Mine shot, gonna splash onto some of those Stalkers. The siege tank goes down already, and now the rest of the Bio. 1, 2, 3 Stalkers going down immediately. Nice catches. We have a Colossus Chrono Boost now, the extended thermal lance building on the Robo Bay as well. And Marine Marauder Vendivac still coming through, the SCVs and a +1 armor upgrade coming about. Our Stalkers will set up. Will come about. Widow Mine just going to settle as well. Bunker and the depot We'll come down over to that right-hand side, and for the moment, CLEM's still just going to push MaxPax away. MaxPax turns back to the center. Again, Dark Shrine coming up, the Forge finishing soon. Send the Thermal Lance to finish next, and then the +2 attack upgrade going to be on the way in as well. Folks just gather, but we're going to get going. Focus back up. Dark Shrine, a couple of gates coming through, +2 attack and the +1 armor coming in. Marine Marauder, Widow Mines coming through, the Vikings coming up. The Ghost Academy coming in as well from CLEM as we get that settled. Marauder spreads Stalker step up. Marauder going to take a couple of nibbles already. It's going to be seeing the Viking chilling. Let's see, Colossus coming through. A couple force fields go down. Marine's taking some damage. Gather. Again, Widowmine's Burrow, tank set up. Protoss Army going to relocate a little bit, just moving to the sides. Going to see some more units coming over. And that +2 attack will finish very soon. The Disruptor coming up, the Robo Facility coming online. I'm just going to shoot a couple of Zealots in the center. Just going to get chased away. Stalkers going to be, again, forced away for a little bit. MaxPax the one on the map and looking to put the pressure in. And start stepping through the few Vikings. We're going to fire it up, and the Colossus very nearly goes down. Not quite, though. Disruptor shot firing through. So you've seen the DT. Coming across as well. Vikings in the bio. Needs to gather. The Protoss getting back to the center. Widowmine is going to shoot. We're going to see a Stalker going down as it blinks into the Widowmine. Trying to get those Colossus to work, but it's so dangerous. The Viking count is good, and one Colossus falls. The Vikings got a little bit committed there, but 3 new ones just popped over, and that's going to help a lot in terms of keeping those Viking numbers good to keep this rolling. And now come around this other side. The Bio-Fighting Colossus going down. A few of these Zealots getting jumped on as well. We continue to chase. The Prism goes down. MaxPax is losing a lot of supply, and CLEM is marching across the map up 2-1 in this series. He's going to knock down the cooling tower, knock down those rocks. +3 attack, +2 armor coming in. The additional Disruptors coming up. Bio now works their way down the left. You see now Zealots coming through, Stalkers coming over. The rest of these Zealots will continue to come about as that Bio will fight. Just going to be seeing a Disruptor shot going to fly through as well. Hits the DT, which is not exactly great as CLEM is going to get rid of the Disruptors, and without splash damage, this Terran army is not going to stop. CLEM is going to get the 3-1 victory in this best of 5. And he is just going to do it very convincingly in these couple of longer games. I mean, last game was much better from MaxPax. CLEM played well, but then did kind of let MaxPax have a shot at winning. This game, he played extremely well, and he took some very good fights. It's not even, definitely not as close as the last time around. We attack through, and CLEM is going to take this one down. And he is going to advance to the Grand Finals of the OSC Championship. He will be in the Grand Finals already with a chance to go and win his 2nd OSC Championship tomorrow as he takes the 3-1 victory. MaxPax admits defeat, and CLEM secures himself into that Grand Final. GG's. sorry, I just wanted to read a second time the absolute top tier comment in the chat about the sponsor. They steal your data, hijack your phone for something that's barely a game. If you want to be sponsored by spyware, go for it. I've literally played this game for like 10 hours. It's very addictive. It's very fun. It is very much so a game. If it was spyware, it probably would not be highly rated on the app and Google Store. It's just a mobile game. It has microtransactions. They make a shit ton of money. They don't need to steal your data. People just pay them. They literally don't need to do anything malicious. I'm gonna ban you because I think you're so stupid. I'm scared of what you might say next. So I'm just gonna stop you before you can. Like, I'm genuinely afraid of what other dumb takes you might have. It's just how stupid a statement that was. You could say, like, rant about it being a mobile game, or it's a bit malicious with the microtransactions or whatever, but, like, to come out with that level of stupidity, genuinely afraid of what you might come up with next. I can't bear to read it. Actually insane. Read us instead. Hello, YouTube chat. You guys are much more well-adjusted today, apparently. Dude, it's just one guy in the Twitch chat, okay? Well, it was two. Some guy backed him up, but... Am I a whale for this game? No, I spend some money because I get money back. I get my money back if I spend some money. So I spend some money so the people from the stream who are in the WardiTV team got some bonus items. Because it doesn't cost me anything because I get the money back. So I spent like $30 to give the guys in the guild some extra items to play the game with, you know, because they're playing the game. So, no, I'm not a whale. It was addictive. I enjoyed playing it for a little bit. Yeah. Thank you, SET2, for the gifted subs. 5 of them as Clem to get back on track with the StarCraft. Is going to be in that grand final. Let's have a little bit of a look at the bracket and just see how everything is playing out. We've got one last series today, guys, and tomorrow we'll be live 1 hour earlier to get going into it all again. So let's have a look. Hello, Ellie. Oh, do you want to come on stream? Do you? You want to come say hi? Hey, baby. We got some Ellie cam up in here. Hey, babes. Come on in. Oh, there you go. Oh, head scratch. There you go. Good girl. Good girl. I've got one best of 5 left. Yeah? You go chill out for a bit and come play soon. Good girl. Alright. This is where our bracket is at, guys, in the OSC Championship. We have got ourselves Clem in the grand finals, and he will take on whoever comes out of this lower bracket gauntlet. Today we're going to have Hero versus Solar. This is coming up next, and then the winner of that plays Dark, and then we also have Beyond versus Skillus, the winners against each other, winner versus MaxPax, winner versus Clem. Those matches will be live tomorrow, and they will be played live as well. Again, Hero Solar coming up today, and after that we will know who makes up the top 6 of this tournament. So Hero and Solar in the lower bracket, and to see who makes it to top 6 of the OSC Championship this year. I will just start up some ads, guys. We'll give it another minute or two, and then we will be off and away. We'll get going. Is she a golden retriever? Yes, she is a golden retriever. Yeah, mobile games have a lot of reach. Mobile games are kind of crazy. Mobile gaming is just a world of its own. What I've learned about mobile games is that a lot of them are actually pretty good games. And if it wasn't for microtransactions, they might be even better, you know? It's just it's sad that the monetization model is where it is, but if you can, a lot of the games you can actually have a very good time without paying anything still. I think some of the original mobile games were super egregious with microtransactions, and while some of the newer ones still have that level of microtransaction there, they don't shove it in your face as much. They get you to enjoy the game more, And then to spend money from that rather than being like, hey, look, just spend money, otherwise you can't do anything. So yeah. Mobile gaming is a very weird thing, but some of the games are honestly not that bad. They're not for everyone. They're not for everyone, but they could honestly be a lot worse. Should have made a StarCraft mobile game. But touching the mobile games, but supposed to see doesn't much change the viewing experience. Exactly. You'd, like, that's the best part of it. Like, you don't even have to be in, like, it's just a sponsor. You can choose to take part or you can choose not to. It's just advertising. Like, if you want to support the stream, you can play the game. If you don't want to support the stream, I ain't gonna hunt you down for it. You know, like, you're very welcome to just stick around, watch ads, or whatever. Just watch the stream. Like, no one's making anyone do anything, you know. It's not like you must play this game to watch the content, you know. That'd be something. All right, guys, to watch this grand final, you must get to level 20 in the game. Your Twitch account will not have access to the stream until you get to level 20. Sarah's playing? No, Sarah's not playing. Imagine Wardy hunting us down. Yeah, I hunt down everyone that doesn't play my sponsors. Why do you think we can still afford to do StarCraft tournaments, guys? Ay. Well, if you don't want to play the sponsored games, don't forget, you can. Have you heard of Twitch Prime? You can support the stream right now with Twitch Prime. Don't forget to also follow the stream, subscribe to me on YouTube, give me money on Patreon, donate directly, and cheer in the chat. And don't forget to gift all those subs so we can hit that level 5 hype train. It's so good now I don't have to sell out myself. I just play the silly thing. It says everything. I guess it doesn't have like YouTube specific stuff in there, but yeah. Selling out, I honestly can't believe I forgot about it. I recorded this like 3.5 years ago, I think. I think it was like legitimately like 3-4 years ago. And I completely forgot about it. Alright. Let's get into what will be our final match today. This is a lower bracket best of 5 and it's a ZVP. We start in the bottom left with our blue Zerg player. This is from Falcons, Solar. In the top right, our red Protoss. From Weibo, it is Hero. I would always favor Hero in this series with the way that these two have played recently, but Solar is absolutely good enough that I don't think he should ever be counted out. And he is absolutely good enough to make these games kind of funky. Because for as much as I think Hero plays some great StarCraft 2 recently, he's also had some hiccups. And Solar plays the kind of style that punishes hiccups, you know? It punishes mistakes. It punishes a lack of scouting. It punishes less than accurate play. So I will say that, like I said, I think Hero's gotta be your favorite going in. I'd be shocked if anyone picked Solar right now, because Hero has just been that good recently. But like I say, there's never a series where I don't think Solar is a competitive player in. You know, very rarely, at the very least, maybe a few players nowadays. It's not quite the case, but you see what the Solar Hero match history is, so I can read this and then be like, huh, I'm completely wrong. I always love to do that. As the probe just gets chased around. Solar beat Hero the most recent time they met in the KSL back in December. Before then, they hadn't played since eSports World Cup, where Hero won 3-0. I mean, Hero was so good in that event. Hero generally beats Solar. I mean, they go back and forth, but Hero had a pretty huge streak against Solar in 2023. Yeah. Okay, I mean, like I say, first time we've seen these guys play since December. Let's see what happens. We're moving around, again, the Adept coming up, the Nexus on the way in, a couple of drones, Lings, Queens, and Ling Speed coming online. As you just see, the couple of Lings will chase down this worker, this probe getting hunted. And there's our last series of the day, guys. We've kind of had a couple of faster matches, which has led us to... It's not been a short stream. We're 4.5 hours in. Just, you know, when we do 6 best of 5s, we very much so expect we could go to 6. I mean, this could very easily still go to 6 hours. It's not been super duper long, is I guess what I'm getting at. So, yeah. Good to see you guys, and thank you so much for tuning in. Remember that tomorrow we'll be live again with the final day of this event, and again, we start 1 hour earlier tomorrow. That is going to be midday CET. So midday European time. That's very early if you're in America. It's like 6 a.m. East Coast, but we have live matches tomorrow, and with long series and great players, there's potential for it to go long, so we're starting a little bit earlier to help the Koreans out. As always, the VODs will be available Twitch and YouTube in case you're interested, in case you need them. Adepts will shade about here. Link speed is coming through. There are a few additional links coming out. The Oracle building on the Stargate. Overlord just sitting out here as well as the Pro comes in and builds up the Nexus. So the Nexus will start. The Oracle now from Hero coming down across the map. And the Adept is still threatening a little bit, but it's going to mostly be this Oracle, I think, that will open up the harassment here, as the Adepts seem to be handled pretty well by Solar. So let's see if that's because he's just overcommitted on the Adepts and there's nothing in place to deal with the Oracle, or what exactly will happen. We get this Oracle through, gets past the Queens for 1 drone, and just the 1 actually takes a pretty big hit right now. Oracle coming back over. As the couple of Queens going to fight. Again, that Oracle hurting already, and it's going to be even lower now after another little bit of a fight right there. The Nexus building up from Hero. The Stalker on the way. 2 more Queens in production. And the Oracle and 2 Adepts overhead. Just going to be hanging around. Forge, Gateway, Nexus. Building up. The Twilight Council coming through on the side of Hero as well. And so, yeah, we see exactly where Hero's going to start taking this. Triple Oracle, Twilight Forge, likely just +1 in Blink. Unless he wants to really shift it up with like a charge upgrade and Temple Archives. But yeah, I think we have a generally decent idea of where this is going, which is pretty much the expectation as well. To see something fairly standard coming up. Oracle step forward again. The Adepts will be there. The Lings take damage. 8 drones in production. The Evo Chamber goes down. Overlord's Queen coming through. Just going to be seeing the Adepts and the Oracle still hanging about. Our Nexus hanging on the 3rd base. Units join together. Yeah, melee upgrade coming through. 5 additional drones and 10 Zerglings all on the way through as the Oracle gets back into the center. +1 on Blink. Building from Hero. Probes, Gateway, Battery, Pylons continue to come through. Alright, well, we settle. A few Adepts are going to go around the left side. Adept's going to fire. Oracle's going to shoot. Just going to see the few Queens coming over. The Adepts will take damage. Pushed over to the sides, and it's actually going to have the Adepts committing into the natural where they get mass surrounded by Zerglings. Good defense from Solar. Very impressed with what he's gotten away with here. I mean, 4 drones, 19 Lings, but he cleans out a lot of Adepts. The Oracles haven't done too much. I'm thinking pretty happy so far, Solar, with this defense for now. Thanks so much, Eternal 007, for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Hero making Protoss great again. Nice day, everyone. Thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime, mate. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting. Melee upgrade coming through, +1 in Blink coming up, Temple Archives coming in. You see the rest of our Zerglings gathering here from Solar. As they run up this ramp, a couple of Stalkers are going to be there. Some Lings still taking some shots. And again, a Hydrogen coming up. Storm and +2 attack upgrade also coming into play right now. As we do have the extra gate still coming through, so Gateway's still coming online. Oracles, 4 Oracles. The 4 Oracle is here. Okay. I'm just going to hang about, clean up a little bit of the creep spread. The Queens are going to gather together. They're going to drop down a bit more creep as well. Queens will continue onto those Oracles, and again, we see +2 and Storm. Gateways as well, all coming up. We will drop a Stasis Ward down as our drones get caught right away. And Oracle's just going to keep coming through. The Hydra's coming up. And again, the Oracle's going to drop down another Revelation. We'll activate the Pulsar Beam and just try and clean up as much creep as possible as Hero tries to stop and slow Solar. He's building into those Hydras, so playing the Hydra style here for this next step of the game. And yo, Burham, thank you so much for reaching 125 in Royal Match. Appreciate playing the sponsor. Stalkers and HDs, I mean, again, Storm finishes, I like Heroes composition. It's always going to be a test, I think, initially here of kind of quality versus quantity, right? Like, Heroes' army is quality. It's got Storms, it's got some good units involved. Solo's army is going to be quantity. It's going to be a lot of Ling Hydra, Banes as well. And can those Storms hit enough? Can enough splash come out here? We see a Fleet Beacon already from Hero. That's setting up for a stage of this game I'm not sure we're necessarily going to reach, so that's a little bit of money invested that may not have much impact right now. But if he does survive this first wave of Ling Bane Hydra, if he does get to like a mothership or so, then maybe we see something from that as the Lings get caught, a few of them in the stasis. High Templars pop through, another couple Lings going down. Templars are looking for some Storms, but I mean, you're dropping Storms onto like a very small number of Lings right here. One of the High Templar nearly dies. We're actually going to kill it with energy aboard. I mean, there's a lot of Storms still available. We're going to blow up the rest of the High Templar. Oh my god, the Bane lanes. So many Banes went down there for what they actually achieved. Stalkers coming back through. Revelation on the Ling Hydra still. Oracle's overhead. Stalkers are fighting. Overseer taking some shots as well. Extra Banes continue to come through as our army of Solar continues to step in. Ling Hydra steps up. Stasis Ward going to catch a few more Lings. Oracle taking damage. Another Stasis catching a few more Lings. And go back and forth here. Solar has got a few Banelings left. He wanted to roll them up top, but that's a great cannon line that's going to play defense. And I think Hero is kind of getting to the point of having held this off. He still has a few Storms. Maybe not many Storms, though, right? 3 High Templar. Maybe that is the issue here at the end of this, is these Banelings will not reach. Maybe it's good enough, though, because, again, if it's just Hydras, I don't love that either. I guess more Lings, more Banes coming through. There's the Mothership. If we get to that Mothership, it genuinely does do so much for you. So I do think the Mothership would be a huge factor. Bane's caught in the stasis is not going to help. So Solar just unable to find damage. And he gets up the right-hand side. Makes this now a position that you have to move back into as Hero. This Nexus will be in some trouble. Bane's about to show up from below the ramp. First Storm. It does okay. One of the High Templar dies as some of the Banelings get to connect. The Stalkers, though, are going to trade with Hydras here unless the Lings can get in front. Let's see. Solar is going to dive through. This is our last couple of High Templars that are starting to die off, and the Hydras are still standing here strong. Reinforcements showing up, and Hero supply plummeting. A lot of probes going down with this. The Banelings over here got caught in another stasis, by the way. I saw them move, and I saw them stop. I was assuming that's what it was, and it's exactly the case. They're going to be done in a second, but they will likely still get some damage done. Let's pop out. We're going to hit this mineral line. Hero pulls. It's going to be still 25 workers killed overall. And Solar is up significantly in the numbers. 173 to 109 supply in the game. Enough confidence now to start stepping towards some of these cannons, knocking down the stack defense. The Mothership shows up, however. Cloaking pops, Time Warp pops, and this turn it around as Hero tries to get that Mothership into the fight as well. Mothership will be able to do good damage if it's able to get towards the Hydras, if it's able to get toward those Banes. But now Solar just runs away, which I don't think is a bad call, but I think with regrouping, I mean, if Hero's just going to come across the map and fight, then Solar's got this, I think. If Hero goes back home and defends, maybe Storms can still do a lot for you. It's definitely looking good for Solar, but never doubt a defensive Protoss army if the Zerg gets overcommitted without teching up. So if nothing else, I think if there's a choice here, I think I prefer the choice to go back home and play defense. I think attacking in is never going to get done for you right now as Hero. I just think there's too much Zerg still. Some Lings trying to get a wrap around on some of those Stalkers, punishing them for kind of stepping out over there. Bane's morphing in, Storm dropping through, a couple of Hydras going to get hit already. Kind of still step up, a couple more of those Zealots going down. Banes, Lings, Hydras continue to come over here. I'm just going to be seeing the extra High Templars and Zealots going to build up as well. So units still gathered together. A couple of transfusions come down on the Hydras as well. I mean, Hero is very much so hanging on in here. This game is not done yet, apparently. One Baneling goes down, Ling Bane Hydra at the top side, going to go in for a few of those Zealots. High Templars dropping a couple of Storms here and there. Some of those Lings still dropping. Lings wrapping around. Bane's going to come from the top side. Mothership drops a Time Warp. Blings continue through. The mothership going to take some more damage. It is going to have to try and retreat away. Storm after storm still coming into play right now. Another storm comes down. Mothership falls. And Hero is once again now sub 90 supply. 20 army supply only. A couple of the Archons he's morphing in are likely going to die. If they do morph, they're going to be dead pretty much after a shot or two. Probe's going down again as this rebuilt fourth base is not going to see any better days than what it was having before. I mean, the Hydra count still ends up kind of low, but the Stalker count is now also at 4. So we've really had a full reset on this Protoss army. This is not like the Stalkers got to live and now we get to rebuild some tech. Like, if you've got to rebuild Stalkers, that's expensive kind of, set of units that just doesn't go anywhere. Meanwhile, Solar creep spread all over the place. 5 bases, expanding into base number 6. Hard to expect. But, Hero bounces back from this one. He will give it his best shot, though. There's a couple of storms coming down, trying to fend off the Hydras. And a couple more on the Banes. The Bane's actually still alive, though, and they're going to be able to connect. Good morph on the Archon. It was necessary because the High Templars did die. The one that didn't morph in, so I would have gotten them all. Yeah, I mean, the Hydra Force is just too much. Ling's getting in front. The Stalker's going to get stuck in a corner. GG gets called, and it is going to be Solar to take game 1 of this best of 5 series. Solar opens with the lead over Hero in this lower bracket. So Solar, who I would call my underdog, I guess, in this game, like I say, gets to take the first game and puts himself into the lead with a game 2 on the horizon here in just a second. We get this second map set up. Get into this in a couple of moments, guys. Alrighty, let's kick on in. Game number 2 going to be on Abyssal Reef. Another of the maps we actually have not seen too much in the OSC Championship. I feel like the extended map pool maps have been taking a little bit more presence. The Romanticide, and the Grezvan and so on, I feel like it's been a little bit more kind of applicable actually. As we get ready to go into game number 2 of Solar versus Hero. I think they're right. When he was pushing with the Mothership, he didn't have storms. He had Mothership and a few Stalkers and no storm. I don't think he can push in. He might have had like a couple of storm, but like there's no way you can push into the Zerg with the army that he had when he was pushing. I mean, at least I thought in the game, I thought it was a better idea to turn around. I think he could have tried to fight, but I actually preferred him going back home and trying to play defense instead. It made more sense in the moment. Top left-hand side, we're going to game number 2. Our blue Protoss, this is going to be Hero. Down a game. Looking to bounce back as we enter Abyssal Reef. Bottom right-hand side, our red Zerg. It is going to be Solar. We're moving around, probe moving about. Just gonna be having our one pool coming up, hatching the gas coming in. Cybercore starts from Hero as well. And hatch and pool coming through, Cybercore on the way up, Pylon on the way down. We just have this overloaded Solar making its way towards the upper left-hand side. Those are corners, not sides. I'm sorry. I'll try to be better with my geometry next time. As Overlord does indeed advance, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming through, a couple of Queens coming about as well. Overlord coming in, and this Overlord just journeying. Adept is going to come through the center of the map. Again, Twilight Council going to be the choice of heroes, so we are going to see the tech coming down, but it's not the Stargate as we maybe expected. So straight to a Twilight Council this game. Let's see what hero has in store for us. Pretty much always this should be Glaives, but like I say, let's see if something else comes about from this. Patrick going through, the Queen's coming up. Adept will step forward. Down toward that bottom right-hand side. Adept's going to shade. The Overlord continues to the upper left-hand side. The Adepts will go and make their way into the main base. The Resonating Glaives still coming up here as the Adept. The Warp Gate coming through. A couple of extra gateways continue to produce. Things will come over. Just going to try and get a wrap around on those couple of Adepts. Going to go for one. Oh, really nice to get rid of the first one. The second one is going to be pretty much dead here as well. I do not think it gets away. 2 Adepts down. Oh no. Oh no. Well, we are going to kill enough Lings that this third Adept doesn't die. Man, losing Adepts, obviously. Does it not die? It does die. Oh my goodness. 3 Adepts down when you're playing Glaives. And you see more Adepts as well. So Solar knows defense needed. His Roadtron is very late, though. And so there might still be an opportunity for Hero to deal damage here coming across the map. Roadtron about to complete. 4th Nexus coming down the low ground. Overlord overhead. Adepts will shade. 6 of them going to shade up this ramp. Queens moving back. Lings gathering together. They'll shade through the natural. And we do now have the other Adepts still sitting down on the low ground. What things will do? I mean, again, it's funny because you just lost some of your numbers. You're not that powerful. It's funny because I feel like there's been moments. He's going to go right now. Roaches are going to start spawning into this, which is kind of the ideal time, really, for Solar to have had Hero commit. I actually think if Hero had committed any sooner, this would have been really difficult for Solar. Now, the Roaches are out. You're going to kill, what, 4, 5? I mean, we're going to kill like 5 drones, and that's going to be it. 6 drones, but every Adept dies. So that's it. It's just done. And Solar, only on 33 drones, has been building nothing but units for a while, is going to go with a 40 army supply to 6 army supply fight across the map to all in his opponent to go for the win. So Hero on a low ground base as well. I mean, Solar should be going. No, why are we so stationary? Morphing in Ravagers. Roaches are slow. He does have to go, but Hero is building. I mean, he's building stack defense, so he is getting some stuff that will help. But again, the stack defense is the majority of what Hero has right now, so he's going to have to be completely on top of that. And the Ravagers up the left-hand side, we will turn. And we will make a bit of a move. A couple of those Lings going down already. Now the Lings and the Roaches and the Ravagers coming forward. A couple of pros getting jumped on. Corrosive Vials are going to pop the force fields. It's interesting because I kind of don't hate the position Solar tries to attack him, but the wall is good. The units are coming up. The reinforcements are running into the cannons on the low ground. I think Solar overthought this position, actually. I think it would have been better for him to just attack down this ramp even, actually. Might have been good. Knock down this battery, the cannons, or just whatever. I mean, the problem is right now is reinforcements keep running into the cannons and just taking damage as well, which really is not great. Attack upgrade coming through, blinking the prism coming up. A few more corrosive files, knock these cannons down. Now we've got 2 immortals on the map though as Hero. With 2 Immortals out, this army is going to be so much sturdier than I think Solo was ever expecting to play against. His supply plummeting as he's still doing nothing but building units. So he's going to be stuck committed to this all-in, which has already been dealt with at this point. Hero is looking very good to tie the series as the second game is already swinging in his favor. I'm going to try and chase this Ravagers down. They're doing a decent job of trying to pick up what they can, but this is pretty rough at the moment. He's coming out onto the map. He's going to go and make their way across. As you just see the Lings and the Ravagers just going to be jumping onto the rocks here. Knock this down. The rest of the army from Hero start to step up just a little bit. Again, Blink coming up. Armor coming up. The Depths and the Gates and the Observer. All in production right now. Corrosive Biles will go towards this group of units and they will step back. Biles units get pushed away again. The Depths get jumped on one more time. The shots continue to come through as our Ravagers and our Lings continue to come about here. Prism taking some damage as well. We will see 12 workers going down. The drop or the run by into the main base. The Lings doing okay, but the Glaive to Depths warping in will be still good against it. And Hero with a microable set of Immortals should never die to these Ravagers. The Immortal Micro is just going to be way too powerful. The Lings pull back down to the low ground. Couple more units warp in. Fair to say that this one is closing in Hero's favor. Yeah, Solo had a good setup as well. I think just the way he all-in, the position he attacked into, maybe took away the power of his all-in a little bit. Depth will shade forward, and they're going to go try and jump onto the Queens. Lings coming around the left-hand side. There's going to be 6 more Depths going through. The armor upgrade coming about. Queens, Ravagers ready to fight a little. You do see the Lings get into the main base. Going to go after those probes. Well, I mean, good counterattack by Sola. If he could just deal with this army. He's actually killed 2 of the Immortals. Suddenly it's just mostly these Adepts that are left over. Would you believe it? 16, I mean 17. So many probes going down on the other side. Again, Hero not dealing well with the run-bys, but it just doesn't matter because Solo does not have what he needs to fight the army. And that's going to be what decides this game at the very end of it. GG's. 1-1. Tied up. Game 3. Coming up, we're going to be heading to Amygdala here for a 3rd game of the series. I'm just going to turn my light on, guys, and we'll get this 3rd game hosted up and get into Hero Sola and see who will take the lead onto a match point opportunity. In the lower bracket, again, elimination match here. The loser is out of this OSC championship, so it is a must-win game to get a chance to play against Dark in the lower bracket quarterfinals. Very exciting stuff. Let me go turn the light on. I'll be back in 1 sec. I got distracted by the Haribo box, not gonna lie. Alright, game number 3. All tied up. I can't believe, I mean, the OSC Championship, when you look at the bracket and it's full, it's like, man, it's crazy how many matches we've been through. We've casted pretty much all of them. We've missed like 1 or 2 days. It all gets crazy when we start getting to the end of this event. Tomorrow, again, the final day of this tournament. A lot of storylines, about a lot of fun matches, a lot of favorites kind of moving through as we expect. A couple of upsets mixed in there along the way. Bottom left, our blue Protoss is Hero. Top right, our red Zerg is Solar. Game number 3 of the best 5. Overlord coming down the bottom left hand side. Let's follow this for a few moments early on. So we'll be moving through. There's going to be a no scout from Hero, so playing a little cheeky, a little greedy, but it looks as though he's going to get away with it for the moment. We'll move down to that bottom left again. Cybercall coming up next, coming through. Get ourselves settled in here for a few moments. Oh, just chilling. And we have our Stalker going to pop out to try and fight that. Twilight Council immediately again from Hero, second time. It's actually a very annoying Overload because it can sit high ground and there's no high ground vision because you're not going to go. I guess a Sentry will provide a hallucination to kill the Overlord. But yeah, no Stargate unit to kill it. As the Overlord comes out, you're going to see the Sentry here as well, though, as Solo. So you're going to count a lot of the gas that's going on. And yeah, this Overlord will just begin to drop. So Overlord will go down, but like I say, we already have a lot of info as to what's up right here. As this hallucination begins to move across to the upper right-hand side of the map, away it goes. So hallucination journey's over. Overlord, Queen moving about. The hallucination taking some extra shots here. Drone's going to get mining. Dark Shrine in the robot facility coming online. The Queen's still shooting. Again, hallucination taking a few more hits. The Overlord taking a couple of nibbles. Ling speed, Queens, the Lings and drones. Hatchery as well, continuing to come by. Hallucination on the Oracle. Just going to be heading towards the upper right side. Just trying to fake the idea that this is a Stargate a little bit as well. Because this Twilight Council was then into the Dark Shrine now, followed by the Robo Facility, so we're going to have a DT opener. Obviously, you go DT drop. If Solo has no detection for this, then this is rough. Things will see the prism, so Solo gets a very, very slight glimpse of the prism there. Sees it again now with these Lings too. So he gets a little bit of info as he sends the Lings across. But yeah, the problem is going to be is that he's only just now starting to spore, and if these DTs just warp in and hit the third base, it dies. Spore Crawler is going to be on the natural. 3 DTs to the third. No detection available right now. This ain't fun, as we're actually going to start turning on the Queens initially. 4th DT shows up. Queens will run. Drones are transferring over. The Spores are just going to set up at the front. Oh, he's going to bring this one further forward. Queens will have transfused energy, which is, I think, why we're putting some of the attention into the Queens. There's no DTs. Decide what you want to do. Oh, they're going to go to the natural now. I like it, actually. Going to go to the natural. There's a Spore there that we can just kill. Spawn the main on the way up, I imagine, as the Lings will start to go down too, and Hero is going to start getting some pretty mega damage done. The Spore Crawl in this natural now must be protected by the Zerglings. The DTs will just take that chance to shoot at those Zerglings and to swipe away at them and knock down some numbers. As the Prism plays the evacuation game, DT comes back onto the third base and is actually going to have that to half HP. We're now going to start morphing in Archons as a couple of DTs and Zealots will protect the morph. And actually think very well played by Hero. Like, Solo does what he can to mitigate the damage and move spores around, etc. But I actually like what Hero did. I think the movement he used has ended up achieving a lot for him. Those drones stacked, got to be careful about that. Now maybe the Archon is a little bit too deep. The Queen's nearly get the Prism. And that Archon is still chasing the drones, though. We're going to get 12 workers. Oh my goodness, 13 drones. What should have been a disaster for Hero because he basically forfeit the Archon turns into a money situation. He hits the jackpot of 13 drones with the Archon. I mean, that's worth the sacrifice. Jesus. Mistake by Solar. Like, that should have just been a free Archon. 100% should have just been a free Archon, and instead... Well, instead it wasn't. Force Field goes down. Gonna lose 2 sentries, 3 sentries maybe? Oh my god. Hero letting the Lings in the first place is a mistake, and they're gonna find themselves costing a little bit. Let's just continue through, going after a couple more probes. Zealot comes to slice and dice and clean up. Bit of a disastrous game so far as our drones come up. Roach Ravager's on the way. Roach Speed is building. Evolution Chamber coming on the natural. Winds will drop down the creep chambers. Spore Crawler burrows on the nat. Another creep on the top. On DT moving forward. Tentacle underneath that prism was kind of creepy there. I was like, oh my god, something's coming for us. Hero comes up the top side of the map. Powerful army. I honestly think losing those drones from Solo is going to be a bit of a nail in the coffin. It's going to be tough to recover from that as we dive forward. And we are going to go into this hatchery. GG says Solo. He is out of here. And Hero will take the lead in the series of 2-1 in this best of 5. So Hero is going to get to the lead. Hero will take the advantage. See where we go. Thank you so much. So I actually found some of the names. It was DE5P, reached level 20 in Royal Match, and then Aether977, reached level 75, and Nihiblis6, reached level 20 as well. Thank you for playing. The sponsors, thank you so much. Late Night Lando coming in with the Prime sub as well. Much appreciated for the Prime. Thank you so much for using your Prime on the channel. Helps a bunch, allows us to do more StarCraft. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright guys, game number 4 could be our last game of the day as we go into this best of 5 fourth map. Hero leads 2-1. If he wins, the series is done. We go from there. Do I still play WoW? I don't play, I very literally in the last few days I started playing Hardcore Classic. I have not played Retail in a while. I am streaming it as well if you want to, if you're super interested in my Hardcore Classic journey and watching me probably die at some point. Don't know if I'll be live tonight, but yeah, here and there, I'm going to be playing. As yo, Railus93, thank you so much for the Prime for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the Prime sub as well. Keep on using them Primes, guys. They're free to use. They help support StarCraft 2. Gromald is going to get on the Prime train. 43-month resub as well. Thank you so much. As we get into game number 4. Hero in the bottom left. Solar in the upper right. Game 4 of this series as the probe will lead the charge. Gateway coming up, hatchery going down, and the assimilator coming through, hatch building, drone on the way, gateway and the gas coming up as the probe scouts into the main base to see a little bit of what is happening in the early stages. No scout in the last game, so he's mixing up his builds, doing it a bit differently here and there. Probe moving about, a few drones going to chase that probe. Moving through, Cybercore, Nexus, both coming up. Hatch pool, all coming in as well. So just going to get that underway. Probe moving about. Gonna get the Cyber Core through next on the way out. Spawn pool finishes. We'll see what Solo wants to do here. He just played Twilight Council 2 games in a row. Do we revert back to a Stargate now? Or does he want to try a different Twilight Council build once again? What do his choices become? What does he want to try and decide is the best call here? Depth coming through. We'll start to see our first little bit of pressure coming in from Hero right now. Moving about, Queen gonna be there, push the Adept back the other way a little bit. Adept gonna move about, Link speed, Lings, Queen's on the way up, a couple drones are building the hatchery on the way too. We got ourselves settled in here for next little while. I'm just gonna be having the Oracle coming up, the Warp Gate coming over, hatchery building on the third. See if the two Adepts can do much, they're gonna shade. Yeah. Not into too dangerous of a spot. They're going to be able to back away from that. Looks like the Oracle going to have to be used to protect the Adepts now as the Lings do get on top of them. They're going to lose a couple of those Lings. They will fall. Again, Oracle coming through, the Nexus coming up. Adept continue to move around for a couple moments here. Oracle gets up again, the Nexus coming through, a couple probes and the Oracle coming over. Fortune Twilight Council coming through. We actually have the Void Ray able to knock down the Overlord, so we're going to get supply blocked on that. The Queen's coming about, the Void over the right side. And again, the attempt to move on through, figuring out where we're going to go, what sort of direction we're taking this in. Lings are going to escape up the top. The Oracle was nearby, but doesn't find them to activate onto. And again, back into the Stargate play, into the Twilight and Forge. We'll see if Hero goes into the Blink or if he has other plans, as it all fell apart to that kind of Lingbane Hydra timing last time round. Back in game number 1. Oracle's pulling back over again. The lair coming through. The Rocheron coming up. Drones will continue to build. His Link's still stepping through. The Void Ray going to be there. 5 drones going down. Rocheron, Overlord's coming through. We see a few drones dropping. The Oracles get active. Let's come back over. Hatchery to the top. Just going to be positioning. Again, +1 charge coming through. The Oracle's activating. A couple more drones going down. We lose an Oracle. Oracle's coming back down again. +1 charge coming over. The Link's coming back through. There's a bit of a bad Void Ray going to be there. Link goes down. Spire coming up as well here from Solo, so just bringing that through for the moment. A little bit of Ling Roach coming down to the bottom side. Fire about halfway done. Again, Roach speed continue to come about for the moment here, so we continue to bring that online. Just going to see those Lings trying to get down to that bottom position, but not going to be able to do too much. The Zealot's going to show up to the top and start running in. And a big attack here from Hero. Mixing it obviously going charges to the Blink and is going to arrive with its attack timing, but I mean, Queen's in good positions. Roach is showing up. Lose the Void Ray, more Roaches spawning out, and the big part of this on the follow-up is going to be the Spire, as Solo will have access to as he cleans this attack up, which he has pretty much done. Loses only 7 drones, and it's a massive amount of units for Hero to throw at Solar. Resources lost will favor Hero, but I do worry specifically about, like I say, the Spire maybe. Do we have enough anti-air to deal with that? I mean, second Stargate and a fleet beacon suggests we might. But it also depends on what that second Stargate and fleet beacon is for, because Hero right now doesn't know about the Spire. So if he's just going to start building up something like really tech-heavy, then that ain't going to matter too much at all. Hero's supply, like I say, is not going to be pretty at the end of this. Resource loss will even up a little bit as the straggling units get caught. The Ling run by takes some attention away, and 5 meters are now starting up. The first Roach is coming across the map as well. That's back to the middle. Roach is coming through. Zealot's going to turn around, get some damage done. Echo activating overhead. The Roaches get chased around. Just going to chase. Again, a couple carriers on the way through. Like I say, that's not going to save it from the mutas as they first show up. We will start to get in there and get rid of some of these probes. So 4 workers going to go down initially. Probes will get a Muta Story will get a few more probe kills. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 maybe. Good damage being dealt. It's going to be 13. 14 kills the Stalker. Just going to let those do their thing. Meanwhile, at the other side, the Zealots are charging through again, but once more, I think the Roaches are going to hang on in there. They're going to get to a choke point. Reinforcements are spawning. And yeah, I mean, we're just in the natural going to get a couple more workers. The carriers show up, but the fact we have the Spire for the mutas means we can build Corruptors against the carriers as well. Upgrades are massively favoring their Hero, though. +2 on the ground, +1 in the sky. Going to be a big factor, potentially. Oracle gets to the upper right. Do you have the couple carriers still coming through? Carriers pulled back down. The Oracle going to be setting up. Rushcraft are going to come down. We are going to be seeing the carriers pulled back. Phoenix hanging around there. It's going to see another Phoenix popping through. A couple of Roaches going to slip into the natural toward the main. Corruptors looking for their opportunity right now as our Roach Ravager comes in. I mean, it's only 2 carriers. We're building Phoenix behind this, but I mean, there's not more mutas. I think I hate the Phoenix, actually. Like, I think the Phoenix is just an assumption of this is going to be more mutalist, but as soon as these carriers die, the Corruptors aren't needed. And now, great, you can lift these Roaches and Ravagers, but an extremely slow form of defense. Reinforcements streaming across the map currently from Stolas. He is not going to let this go easily. 18 workers go down. The Roaches in the main base going to go after a bunch more probes as well. Lane's still staying busy. The Phoenix are going to do their thing. Like I say, Phoenix will start to clean up a little bit, but I mean, your units are just streaming across the map, and the ground force of Hero is not really cutting it. 3 Roaches get behind that mineral line. 34 workers left in Hero currently, and we're still killing quite a bit. Solar, obviously uninterrupted economy, 66 drones. He's actually building a lot of Corruptors to deal with the Phoenix, and then he is going to have a ground army coming back online. Remember that the Stalkers don't have Blink or anything either, so they're not the best of units. These Phoenix are going to come flying across the map. We are on, what, 11 Corruptors, going to 15, so we will have an answer to play cleanup. We got to do something about these. The Phoenix is going to come in and try and straight up fight the Corruptors, apparently. Kiting is the way, because you've got the range, so you should be able to do well while kiting. And you should basically be looking to just go back and forth here. The Phoenix come through again. The Corruptors once more going to be there to Just turn this around. Roaches coming up. Roaches in production. +3 attack on the forge. Alright, Carapace building up on the spire. We again go back and forth. A few roaches, queenslings. Corrupt is going to fight those Phoenix, taking more damage. I mean, Hero's just losing. His army's never going to be good enough. Yeah, the Stalkers and so on the ground just not going to deal with the roaches, especially if the roaches have some speed and stuff. Like, Stalkers don't, like I say, Stalkers don't even have blink. They're terrible. They're not going to find efficiency at all. Charge is not going to matter against those roaches and the numbers we're talking about. GG's, and Solar is going to win game 4, and we are going to go to 5th and final game of this series and just tonight in general. We're going to get this ready to go. Hey Ellie, just waiting for me, are you? Look, we're gonna have one more game. It's an exciting series, baby. Yeah, one more game. Alright, let me roll the ads. I'll do one more game. Alright? Here we go. Alright. We're gonna go into Hero Solar game number 5. Final map of this series. Who will make it to the final day of the OSC Championship? Will it be Hero, our favorite? Will it be Solar? Another Zerg? What the racial balance is? 2 Terrans, 2 Protoss. And currently 1 Zerg. If Solar wins, it's perfect balance. If Hero wins, maybe the expected situation as we get into this game 5. Hero versus Solar. Let's go into it. See what's going to happen. Head into Romanticide. In the bottom right, our blue Protoss player is Hero. And in the top left, it is going to be our red Zerg, Solar. Alright then, who takes it? Who gets to the top 6? Who will be our final victor today? Probe comes about, hatch coming through. And gate and the gas coming up as we get settled. Again, drilling on a nibble. Probe takes some damage. Nexus starts on the natural. We're going to see a Cyber Core coming down. Again, hatch pool coming up. Romanticide, one of the maps from the extended map pool as well. Probe is scouting. Adept should yeah. Should be able to come and take this probe's position soon. Probe's gonna stick around a little bit longer. Just a couple more lings. Wants to try and block the third until the adept gets there. Maybe keep blocking the third. I mean, I don't think it's gonna happen. Drone can build the hatchery right now, so that hatchery gets into place. And the adept continues to shade across the map. Adept gonna fire. A couple lings taking shots. Ling speed coming through. Stargate building. How far does the tourney go today? This is the last series today. This is the last match of today. After this, we will be done. And then tomorrow, we wrap up the entire tournament. Shade's back. A couple lings and the queen gathered together. Gonna see our oracle and our warp gate coming through. Probes and the adept coming online. Adepts will go and shade up the left-hand side a little bit. Lings gather. Again, lings be coming through. Oracle and the warp gate building up right now. And yeah, a couple of adepts just going to try and see what more we can find for ourselves as they shade into this natural, but they're not going to get very far. That will be it. Oracle will move about. It's going to be seeing again the probes, Oracle, warp gate coming about, Nexus and the gateway coming online. Going to be firing. Just going to be seeing a couple drones going to be shooting. Queen's going to get to the top left-hand side. That Oracle going to get chased. A couple of depth step forward. Lings will get chased about as well. Overlord hanging nearby. It's between the bases. Just going to see the queens moving through. Oracle still taking damage. Queen taking shots. 9 drones. Couple overlords building up. Again, Forge, Twilight Council, and gateways went online as well. There's a Nexus on the third base. Just going to start up right now as well. Couple of adepts move about. Lings gonna keep moving through. Oracles, adepts making their way toward the upper left-hand side. Oracle will activate. A few Zerglings taking damage. Things can get through into the natural and toward the main base. And the adepts gonna shove their way up over here into that +1, into that blink. The hero in this final game of the series as Solo just makes his way to the Roach Throne. His lair coming online. This queen is gonna be firing through onto those adepts. There's a couple drones going down already. 3, 4 workers. Dropping pretty swiftly. Make it 5, make it 6, make it 7. That's a lot of damage off these adepts that are still very healthy as well. 7 dead drones. And like I say, the adepts healthy as ever as they're going to go behind that mineral line. They're going to commit in. They're going to target. Well, what do they want to target? Do you want to just trade out lings here and try and keep some adepts going? Or do you want to actually target drones? Could have probably had a bunch of the drones nearby, but trades with the lings in the end. That doesn't look like the best of shades in the end, because if you want to fight those lings, you should fight somewhere the oracles can get involved. Get somewhere the oracles can fight back, or fight with the adepts. But the oracles couldn't really get involved there because it was a bit too deep, too close to a spore. The position was good, but I think the rest of it was not exactly ideal, to be honest. So, a little unfortunate there as the oracles come back around. You can see upper left, Stalkers and an Oracle gathering on the 12 o'clock. The Overseer moving into the center. Lings gather, moving into the center again. Roach coming up, Overlord speed, Roach speed building. All these Roaches coming through, the hatchery coming online. A lot of creep team is spreading. As Solo tries to take control here on Romanticide, gets that forward hatchery up. When I say take control, he's currently recovering from all those workers that did die on that right side. I mean, those 7 workers going down is a pretty significant number in that time. Vipers and the Oracles join up together. A few Roaches will come over. Going to step through. We do have our Stalkers. Going to go for a couple creature moves and start to advance their way toward this hatchery. Roaches are going to be here. I mean, this is where Hero will just start trading and keep on trading. Ideally, because Blink Stalkers will trade very well against what is just a Roach army right now. Come back across. Roach is going to hit the rocks. Ravages and Roaches still trying to fight. Stalkers step back. We do see reinforcement Stalkers still coming over. I mean, it's just pure unit production from Solar, who is 66 drones and committing across the map. Dropper Lord is here as well. Obviously, the Stalker's already been here, and slowing down this progress is huge, and even getting a couple Overlords. Solar supply blocked on that. It's not ideal, and if those Overlords want to spread creep, then they're going to be not able to spread as much now either. Stays Swords coming down as Hero sets up for the defense. The Stalkers begin to blink back. The Roaches and the Ravages continue to chase. Solar, tournament life on the line. Our two-time OSC champion, looking to be the only player still alive that started in the lower bracket of the tournament. It's putting it all on the line with this push right now. Overlord spread, the Roach Ravager comes through, and Stalkers continue to kite doing well so far. Colossus shows up for some splash damage. It ain't looking good for Solar. I do not think he's got anywhere near the numbers he needs to make this work at all. Stalkers blink back up to the top side. Still that Stay Sword active. As that gets freed, a few more Roaches will rejoin him. Maybe that's when Hero needs to back up. He also hit some Corrosive Vials. That's going to be one of the factors here. If Corrosive Vials can hit well, then there will be opportunities as this forward base goes down and Hero is reduced from his 4 bases to the 3. Another couple of Corrosive Vials coming in as they do step back. Problem is, Disruptors are in production as well. Solar definitely sees that this is troublesome, and he's going to start moving towards the Hive Tech. Temple Archives building from Hero in the main base. The rest of this army pulling back together. Hero's army just looks great. No Stalkers, Colossus, soon to be Disruptors. So as the Oracles in the sky, although out of energy for the moment. And Solar's army is just Roach Ravager. Melee upgrade starts now. The Bane Nest is on the way, but it's just taken a long time to get to those. And ultimately, that's going to be one of the big issues here, is that it does just take a long time to get to those parts of this. It's a good Disruptor shot. Going to hit a bunch of the Ravagers, so they're going to be low. Just going to lift that Disruptor up. A couple Colossus will fire. Solar's maxed out, but like I said, it's just what he's maxed out on is not pretty. Like, it's just a low-tech army. He's maxed on a low drone count than he probably would like to be if this was going to be a longer game in the first place, right? He'd much rather be a bit further along in his, drone numbers, towards 80 instead of more towards 70. Roaches will step down the right side. Zealot Archon going to be there and going to get a catch on a bunch of those Roaches. They're going to get turned back around the right side. The Stalkers come back up through the center. Couple Roaches, a Ravager going down, the few Lings run in. Zealots will continue to chase those Roaches for the moment here as Disruptor Shot going to go dead center on the Roach Ravager Bane. Again, a couple Vipers and Roaches and Lings coming up. We have this army of Hero ready to push through. Disruptors will shoot. Going to land on a couple of Queens. And Hero is just pressing forward, looking for victory here on Ramanda's side to stay alive into the top 6 of the OSC Championship. Number 12. He's never won this event, and he's going to keep his hopes alive to do so as he takes Solar out. A few Disruptor shots help to sprinkle the icing on top of the GG, because that is going to be it. Beautiful stuff. Hero played a fun series against Solar. Solar played a good series too. Some cool games there between them, as that is going to round us out today, guys, for some OSC Championship action. 6 best of 5s wrapped up, and we are left with 5 series ahead of tomorrow. Let's have a look at what our final day has in store for us. So, from what I understand, so again, we're starting 1 hour earlier tomorrow. We start 1 hour earlier, and everything will be live apart from our first series. I'm not sure which of the series is first. But yeah, so basically, we're going to have Hero versus Dark and Bjorn versus Skillers. One of those will be from replays, and then the rest will be live. The winner of Hero and Dark will play the winner of Bjorn and Skillers. The winner of that plays MaxPax. The winner of that plays CLEM in the Grand Finals. That is what the final day of the OSC Championship will look like. We start tomorrow, midday European time, 6 a.m. East Coast America. Be here is basically 1 hour earlier than we started today to account for the live matchups, guys. So that's what's going on here in the OSC Championship 12. Good luck to the guys tomorrow. Excited to be here to cast it for you all as well. Hopefully you guys are excited to join us. Kybrid, thank you so much for the 49-month resub on the Prime. Don't forget, guys, if you have enjoyed the casting today, you can support the channel, support the stream, support the YouTube. Like, subscribe, and follow. Use your Prime subs. Gift subs if you're feeling generous. Donate and cheer. All of it allows us to run more StarCraft 2 content. Want to support further without costing yourself anything? Check out our sponsor, Royal Match, !Royal in the Twitch chat. You can play the game, and playing the game will add money to the stream. So just check that out as well, !Royal in the Twitch chat. And without any further to say, do, or add, I think we are done right there, guys. So thank you so much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a lot of fun. And I think it's time for us to call it a day. I will see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2 action. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. You guys have a great rest of your day. Set of ads on the outro. And on Twitch, I'll raid someone to send you guys somewhere fun. And I'll see you guys later. You guys have a great day. Thanks so much for watching. Thank you, Andy Figueroa, for the 100 bits. And like I said, I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. Bye!